Israel's a terrorist state, and they've been doing this since they got there, displacing them and raiding the homes and evicting them. I never was really that much of a fan of Israel, but I wasn't outspoken or against them either until after what happened in October. The one thing that stood out to me was that I kept hearing an unprovoked attack. I kept repeating the same thing, unprovoked, unprovoked. And I was like, something off there. And so right away I started kind of like diving into it. The more I started finding out, I was like, holy how could I have been like so blind to this? The amount of atrocities that have been committed by Israel since even before its inception. It's literally full-on military occupation, like, and just constant. They use the excuse of Jerusalem as a holy land, that we can use the theological right that will give us basically the green light to be able to go and colonize Jerusalem in Palestine.
To me, that's kind of I would say the crux of where the problem stems from, is that both sides feel equally passionate that they're entitled to that piece of property.
Except one's been living there for hundreds of years, and someone from Poland comes out there and says 2,000 years ago. At what point in time is a theological argument actually valid for dispossessing someone's home?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I don't know that there's a right answer to that, because it's like...
Well, there is.
You think, what do you think it is?
Yeah.
Hunting isn't about hunting at all. Team Dog features comprehensive and customizable meal plans with dry and raw food options to meet your dog's unique nutritional needs, including digestive sensitivities, allergies, or selective eating. Did you know combining 75% dry food with 25% raw food delivers robust, nutrient-dense meals for your dog? Be your dog's hero with Team Dog.
All right, guys, just got done with a 5-hour plus interview with Alan Shebaro. Went into a lot of, I would say, current topics that tend to get a lot of attention and divisiveness, frankly, in the media. But we talked about his time as a Green Beret in Iraq, the fact that he's a 5th degree black belt in Jiu-Jitsu and started the We Defy nonprofit that helps veterans with any issues that they're having, given scholarships for Jiu-Jitsu training within gyms and organizations all over the world. Also got into Ukraine and Russia, as well as Israel-Palestine, which he has spent some time in. So I have no doubt that there will be plenty of comments in the comment section, but I hope you guys enjoy it. I know I sure did, and we'll see you guys out there. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, it's both an honor and a pleasure to welcome my next guest to the podcast. He's a 3rd Special Forces Group veteran, Green Beret assaulter and sniper. He was the first Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt in the SF regiment, and at that time the only one. Is that because Tim Kennedy is a reservist National Guard guy, or are we not going to get into the Tim Kennedy talk?
No, he wasn't ranked at the time. He was mainly doing nogi.
Oh, okay.
So that's the main reason.
Okay. I imagine that's not still true, right? Like there's other...
Oh, there's many more now.
Yeah. Which brings me to say that you're also a 5th degree black belt in Jiu-Jitsu. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Alan Shebaro.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming. I know, obviously, you live in Vietnam now, so getting you here is not an easy task, and I appreciate you taking the time to sit down with us. Seen a few other interviews with you, and I'm really fascinated by both your story and perspective now, and some of the things that you've talked about. So I appreciate it. What's the last full book that you've read?
Ooh, good one. The Sorrows of War, which was basically the Vietnamese side of the Vietnam War.
Oh, okay.
So it was the things they carry is kind of like the American version, if you want to take a look at that, and it's kind of like the different perspectives of it.
Yeah. Was there a singular takeaway for you from that book?
So honestly, it was really intriguing, just simply because I grew up hearing only one side, the communist domino effect and the Gulf of Tonkin. And how all that played out. There was only, I was very I wouldn't say like a subject matter expert on it by any means, but especially growing up on like military bases, military history is something that's taught a lot. So being there, seeing the different perspective, and then reading about that, it was truly it was definitely eye-opening, just because I never even heard the other side.
Yeah.
And to hear the kind of like the same fears, the same, because everyone's human, right? So they have the same fears, the same anxieties and PTS, and but you never really capture that. When you're hearing it from one side, you kind of see them as the enemy and no emotion, and they're cold killers. And I mean, especially growing up on military bases in the 80s, there was a lot of Vietnam era military that were still in active duty. So it was very, very interesting take.
Yeah.
But,
to me, it highlights, just hearing you talk about it, the lack of black and whitedness that exists in global conflict. That it's very easy to, pick any one of them that can come to mind, and there are always two sides. Even going back to World War II, it's like I have no doubt that similarly, like if you were to look at it from any other perspective of any of the Axis powers, you'd see a very different side that probably wasn't contemplated by any of our guys. You could also use even like our era, because I think we're almost at year 47.
probably 50.
Oh, okay. So I guess the article I read was a few years ago. We're close to the same age, within a couple of years, but fought at the same time, or active duty in the same regions. Is that if you look at the Afghanistan and Iraq perspective, it would be very different, and it's easy for us to assume that we're always the good guys and we do everything right. It's really never the case. There's always there's two sides, and then there's what actually is the reality, and I have no doubt that with some of the topics that we get into today, we'll get further into that. But if time travel were possible, where and when would you go?
That's a tricky one. That's a good question. There's so many different time periods that interest me. And
I guess one clarification is to just witness, not to intervene.
Oh, wow. Okay. So like a fly on the wall. In that case, if I get to just watch and not like there physically, probably, and any of the rises of like the Roman Empire, Oman Empire, Mongolian, Alexander the Great, any of those that on the uplift,
Yeah.
I just think the strategy, they were incredible strategists for their time frame, and each one kind of like grew and built off the other as the time went on. So just seeing the tactics, things like that, something that's always interested me. Especially like when the Germanic tribes, were fighting against the Romans, kind of like the early days of first kind of like guerrilla warfare.
Yeah.
And how they developed the strategy, to separate the mass legions, and keep them separate so they could attack. I think that was truly like incredible. But including that, the technological advances and implementation of technology in Japan during like Seikodo? I'm going to butcher it. I apologize to anyone that speaks Japanese. But like in the 15th century, or 16th century, sorry, when the clans were trying to unite and trying to take over. And so that was, the introduction of firearms, to the old school samurais, then the swords. And so it was very intimate at the same time.
Yeah. Being somebody who spent, it sounds like most of your life in some sort of combatives training to a degree or another, I am curious, like if you take like two of the most notable warriors in history, Leonidas or Marcus Aurelius. Do you think that, like, if you put them at their prime and you at your prime, how do you think that shakes out?
Man. So Marcus Aurelius has been one of my favorite stoicists that I've been following. It would be hard to compare myself to him, and I mean, especially Leonidas. Wow. I don't think I'd compare.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, like my initial thought is that same thing. It's like, these guys were born into a warrior society and lived it. The two things that I'm not saying that these are definitive that we would have an advantage, but I'm curious, just not knowing. From a nutrition standpoint, I mean, you could argue our food supply chain is so jacked up now that they were probably healthier. However, did they have the same level of resources in a way that maximized their ability to reach their full genetic potential physically the way that we do? So that's the first thing is that, because I know, like, especially with a lot of Vikings, our romanticized interpretation is that they all looked like the mountain from Game of Thrones, and there were some that were that big, but most of them were like 5'7" or smaller. Skeletal structures being found in grave sites and stuff is that they were much smaller than I think we thought that they were. But the other thing too is, especially in the last, say 50 years, the ability for us as a species to exchange information, plus the collective 2,000 years of unarmed and armed combat, that we have the, I would say, luxury of benefiting from learning all of those lessons. And now you have people, say modern day MMA fighters, who have such a worldly collective knowledge base as it relates to, a blended fighting style, is that, I wonder if that would be too much for them to deal with. Maybe not. I mean, maybe they'd rip our heads off and it would be embarrassingly lopsided, but it makes you wonder,
I mean, I think that if I had the knowledge that I have now going back there, I mean, just a simple scrape could be a death sentence to anyone that time frame, because, I mean, not understanding germs.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I was to implement like tactics, it probably would be like the biological warfare. Just if I had the knowledge, and if I didn't have anything I could take back with me, and just the knowledge that I have, then that would be something that if I mean, that would probably be my only advantages. Something like
I guess
that.
I'm most curious of like the one-on-one unarmed in a sand pit, type of combat, to see how they shake up by today's standards, like.
I don't know. That's actually maybe some good questions. And because there was a lot less acceptance of safety, so I mean, dying in a pit was something that was pretty common right there, in whether it be training or actually in combat. And so, during Marcus Aurelius' time, I think the average lifespan was 28 to 30.
I know it wasn't very old, which is, again, it's just, I find myself wondering these dumb questions on a regular basis. But
you don't sleep much, do you?
No, I do. I actually sleep really well, but that's the one thing, because I prioritize it, I guess. But should I have to? I mean, to me, like, the older I get, the more heavily I rely on good recovery. But jiu-jitsu wise or combatives wise, do you have a favorite finish, submission, or one that you're the most successful with?
So that's changed over time. So when I first started jiu-jitsu, it was in 1996, and my first tournament was January of 1997, and I remember weighing in at 147.5.
Wow.
So from white, blue, purple, I had nothing but a guard game. I was never on top. And for that time frame, that was definitely like triangle attacks.
Yeah.
And then I was training at Travis Luter's place out in Fort Worth, and by the time I was purple belt, I started putting weight on. I think about like 185, 187, something like that. And I remember like going from full mount, and instead of attacking from full mount, I gave up the position and pulled into a triangle that I've been used to doing. And I remember just in the middle of class, everyone's rolling, and I hear Travis in the back, "What are you doing? You're not 140 pounds anymore. Get the fuck on top. Stay on top. Submit it on top. Use your weight. Pressure." And he's like yelling, and I was just like, okay. So I remember that day, and that actually was the day that I started switching up top. And so I started playing more of a pressure game. And then I went from like guard game, triangles and arm bars, to topside game, and I was going into kimuras a lot. And then later on, probably about fast forward to like when I was black belt, and I started becoming like, I'd say about 70% of my submissions in competition were toe holds.
Really?
Yeah. So I started getting a lot into toe holds and straight ankle locks.
Yeah.
And so I still kind of have that now, but now I kind of reverted back to kimuras as well.
Yeah.
And a lot of full mount attacks.
Yeah.
You know, especially with the gi.
Yeah.
I have more of a like a sloth type game now, where I'm just I move slow and heavy, and in my mind the entire goal when I'm trying to like apply pressure is to be like a wet blanket.
Yeah.
You know, just to
Smother them.
You know, wherever they push, you know, just kind of like make it so miserable that they're on bottom that, you know, they don't have any chance to think about defense, because they're so miserable on the bottom. They just, you know, they're distracted by that.
Yeah.
And surprisingly enough, my pressure game is what I've been known for the last probably good decade. And I learned that from Renato Tavares. Do you know who he is?
Yeah.
So he's was doing a seminar up in Oklahoma, and he used me as uke, and he was showing some pressure stuff, and he popped 2 of my ribs.
Wow.
And this was just demo, you know what I mean? So it wasn't even going hard. And he's, 60 pounds less than I am at the time, maybe even 70 pounds. And I was just so impressed by that. It just blew my mind. And so I was like, hey, and next time I saw him, I got 5 privates, all on pressure.
Yeah.
And from that moment on, it was just, I wanted to basically recreate what he had done to me to everybody else.
Yeah.
You know, and I had the size on it.
Yeah.
So one of the guys got me he made a anvil. He's like, this is what I think about when I think of your game, you know. So you know, stuck between the ground and an anvil is basically kind of, you know, the analogy on this. But the pressure game has definitely been, you know, what I've really kind of, you know, evolved to.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, living in Vietnam, I imagine that there are jiu-jitsu gyms there. Did it surprise you at how many there are and how good the training partner or competition level is, or is it not nearly what it is here?
So it was, surprisingly enough, there's the only place that I didn't find jiu-jitsu was in in Bhutan. I really didn't get a chance to look around for it, but there wasn't any at the, you know, over there. But it's pretty isolated. But there was jiu-jitsu in Cambodia. There was jiu-jitsu in Laos. In Vietnam, man, it was like a time warp in a sense. Their jiu-jitsu, the way that their jiu-jitsu has evolved in Vietnam, they're about between like 2005, 2010, you know, where it's not a household name. You know, people don't know exactly what it is. Some people do. But kind of like here was in 2010, where it started becoming a common thing. Like people weren't asking, is that karate? People started seeing it more in the UFC, became a lot more popular. And that's where they're at now in Vietnam. The great thing about it, though, and you see these guys that are just really absorbing it and utilizing it in such a good manner. Their technique is they're very flexible. They're very small. Don't get me wrong. I've seen a couple of Vietnamese guys that are my size, but they're bendy, super bendy, and they play that well into their game. So they got size, speed, and the phenomenal mobility. Yeah. So, and they really adopted it into their culture to the point now where they actually have. Where the Vietnam will actually sponsor the top 12 Jiu-Jitsu competitors, so they can actually train for that.
Oh wow!
So it's literally evolved that fast to where the state will actually pay for them just to do Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, wow.
So cool. It's going to. They're progressing really fast. They're learning. They have access to internet, and there's a lot of foreigners. There was Brazilian guys down in Saigon that are there full time. Great guys in Hanoi. There's several places as well. I'm the highest ranking in Vietnam, which to me was really strange. But it started out there like in 2010. The first jiu-jitsu school in Hanoi was actually in 2010.
Oh wow!
So
is it hard for you to find training partners that are
no.
That are a challenge enough to train hard?
So it's strange. It's kind of up to you how. I've learned that when I first got out in 2010 and opened up my school. The first 2 years, I only had white belts, maybe a few blue belts that came in. And this is when I was still trying to compete as well. So I started kind of developing a manner of training where it was pretty much up to me, how I would be able to I'd speed it up. I'd focus on just one thing, and with these guys though, they're fast, they're flexible, they all have a solid game, and their brown belts and black belts are completely legit. Most of them, by the time they get their black belt, they've been in for 12 to 14 years, so they even have a longer time frame before they get their black belt, and they're very, very dedicated to it. Yeah. So it's a smaller community, but they're very dedicated into it.
Yeah, that's really cool. Is your school still here open?
No. So I sold my school in April of last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Tough decision, I imagine, or just kind of out of necessity?
So toward the end, I went to Korea in 2022, and I spent 5 weeks over there. I was doing a TV show, but it was being able to be there more than a week, and that's all I've been doing, because having a school, it's like taking care of a child. You always have to go back to it. You have to stay on top of it and teach and be consistent. And there wasn't much time for me to leave for a very long time. And when I did, the only thing I was thinking about was the school. So that was the first time that I was able to leave for a long time to actually enjoy myself, going to a foreign place that I'd never been to, and spending the time to actually absorb the culture. And I felt that was something that I needed and I've been longing for a very long time. And it just kind of just stuck with me. And so 2023, and I was just I want to go. And so it just came down to it where I was actually about to expand and get a larger place at the end of 2019, and then COVID came around, and man, we had to shut down for a few months. I think it was 6 months, and man, I just got into so much debt. So the only thing I wanted to do was pay off debt and just kind of be done with it. And luckily enough, 3 of my black belts, they wanted to continue it, so I ended up just pretty much just selling it out and give it to them to run it, and so all the students still had a place to train, and they're doing great at it right now. So
Does it have the same name?
Say again?
Does it have the same name?
No, it's 3 Embers right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like being in town, do you stop by and visit, or?
Yeah. I actually saw like a bunch of them at the gala.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's great.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know we'll get, or we'll continue to talk about combatives and stuff as it becomes part of your chronological storyline. What was your favorite thing to do growing up?
And so starting like at 12 is when I got into skateboarding, and I just became like really just completely absorbed into that. I didn't want to do anything else. It was something where it was a skill set that I could, learn on my own, and it was a kind of a sense of freedom in it. And this is before it was like, popular and everything else. So, but shortly after that, we moved from, I was living in Vicenza, Italy, at Camp Italy. And from there, we moved to Germany. Well, at the time, it was West Germany. and Garmisch-Partenkirchen, which is at the base of the Zugspitze. And it was constantly snowing and, a lot of rain. So there wasn't much areas that I could actually do much skateboarding. So I got into snowboarding. And man, I got into that so much. That was all I wanted to do. So I went skateboarding and snowboarding from the time I was 11, 12 till I was 19, right into snowboarding. And I just absolutely loved it.
Yeah. Growing up in a military household, where were you originally born?
I was born on Williams Air Force Base in Arizona.
Yeah. And can you walk us through kind of just your childhood, generally speaking, where all you moved? And
so shortly after I was born, so my father was in the Air Force. He was stationed at Williams in Arizona, and that's where I was born. Shortly after that, he ended up getting out. He was working for Raytheon at the time, and so we moved to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, and living on a compound there for 5 years. Then we moved from there to Italy, and my father got a GS, got a GS job, so civilian, DoD civilian. And because my mother grew up in Italy, my grandmother is Italian, my grandfather is originally from Mississippi. And they met during World War II, and so she always liked staying there. So my grandfather actually was stationed out there, and so this was a way for my mother to be able to stay with her mother in Italy, close to family. And my dad loved living in Europe anyway. So we ended up staying there for 7 years, and then moved to Germany. And so we moved to Germany in '88. And so I was actually able to see the wall come down.
Oh, wow.
And the collapse of the Soviet Union and all that. So I was actually like right there in the middle of it. It was great. I was also in Europe during Chernobyl. So.
Oh, wow, man.
And Moscow. But from there, after the fall of the Soviet Union, they were doing a massive drawdown in troops. And so I was going to Munich American High School, and that had been around since like 1947. And once that came down, within 2 years, they were moving everyone out and turning over to the Germans. And Munich was one of the first ones. It was the largest base in Europe at the time. So we had a choice to go either to England to go to international school or to Austria. And because I was still into snowboarding, I chose to go to Austria. So I spent 2 years in Austria.
Wow.
In Innsbruck.
Did you pick up the host language?
I speak Italian, and then when I moved to Germany, I learned German. My parents were really big into never go to any country and expect them to learn your language. You learn theirs. And so when I lived in Italy, I learned Italian. When I moved to Germany, I learned German.
And Austrian, did you pick up?
German? Yeah.
That's my ignorance. I didn't realize German spoken in Austrian. For some reason, I thought Austrian had its own language. Shows you what I know in my untraveled ass. Did you have siblings growing up?
One sister. She's older. Yeah.
Older. I mean, obviously, you can't contrast that to growing up here because you didn't. But as you find yourself in the point in life where you're at now, do you reflect on growing up in multiple different non-U.S. countries and how that's impacted both your perspective now and also the catalyst to ultimately join the military in the first place?
It definitely played a role, 100%. So
The hat on the coffee table sitting right in front of me belonged to Glenn Doherty. It was a John Deere hat that I gave him. He had it when he tragically passed in Benghazi. Bubs Naturals is a tribute to Glenn. They have collagen peptides, which I put into my morning routine every single morning, as well as the functional creamer / MCT oil that goes into it as well. They have hydrate or dielectric electrolyte drink mixes, which are great for pre-workout, during workout, and post-workout to get all the added sodium, potassium, magnesium, et cetera, that's required when you deplete it. Bubs is a family company. The way that they started is, again, super close to my heart, with him being one of my closest friends for a long time. And I encourage you to go to bubs.com, and now there's a landing page specifically for Mic Drop listeners. Just enter the code Mike, M-I-K-E, all caps, and you get 20% off your first purchase at bubsnaturals.com. So that's www.bubsnaturals.com/Mike. And you can check out the Mic Drop landing page and go support an amazing cause.
I remember actually going, I used to walk to school. We lived on the economy, so I used to walk from where we were staying, our apartment, to, it was probably like a 20-minute walk. And then I would cut through the North 40, which was like a just big open space. And I remember seeing guys had like the weapons laid out, and they're either doing weapons training or whatever it is, and or cleaning or something. And I was so just, it was something to me where it was so captivating, and I just remember walking through, and I just kind of like, trying to see from a distance. I didn't want to, get in the middle. I just remember one of the guys like, come here, big man, sit down, watch, this is what we're doing. Anytime they had training out there, I was late to school, and I just thought it was just so fascinating. And so that influence, when I was, 8, 9, 10 years old, and being around that environment, definitely, it stuck with me. So by the time I was, 18, I'd born on a military base, was raised on military bases around the military. In Germany there was had the U.S. Army Russian Institute that was there, and so I was still around the military. And after I graduated, moved back to, I stayed in Germany for about 6 months with my best friend, and then we ended up going, I ended up leaving back to the States, and I was doing so when people in the U.S., they graduate, they do the backpacking trip in Europe. So I did the opposite. I went back to the States and started doing the backpacking, but I was doing more of snowboarding. So I ended up going to Seattle first, and that's where my sister was, so I went to go visit her. And then I moved down to California, and ended up at Bear Valley, and it's right by South Lake Tahoe, and spent the season down there, and went to visit my parents after the season, and they were at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa. So I went to go visit them. That next week, we went to this air show, and there was an Army recruiter there, and talked to him for about 20 minutes, and I was a bit impulsive because the next day I went in and signed up. So, but it was a very natural transition for me. I didn't feel uncomfortable. It wasn't like I knew about. I was around the military, not in the military, but I felt comfortable around the military, so it wasn't anything new.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think the most extent of my knowledge, I knew the ranks. I knew some of the weapon systems. Just because I'd been around them for so long. But it was a simple transition, basically. To go into the military after that.
Yeah.
And then I went in as a mechanic, lightweight vehicle mechanic, and I got trained on the Deuce and a Half Cut Vs and first gen Humvees. All of them were taken offline like within 3 years after I finished school. So they limited the Cut V. The Deuce and a Half was gone, and the Humvee, they had the next gen Humvee that came out. So. Within 2 years of being at Fort Hood, I was at the airfield, working on the generators there, and this was so the only other thing that was going on like during my time frame was the end of Kosovo and the Bosnia conflict, and there was anything going on. So I felt I got out, I went to the reserves, and was going to school down at Southwest Texas State University. It's Texas State now. So I started going to college. I picked a major, international relations, foreign affairs, and I kept that. But while I was at Fort Hood is when I got into Jiu-Jitsu. And so there was only one black belt in the state of Texas at the time. And so the natural next move was go up to Dallas, and go train with Carlos Machado. And because that's what I wanted to do. I was so absorbed by it. I was just addicted. I couldn't get enough of it. And so I moved up there and was staying up there, training, and then 9/11 kicked off. And I was in the reserves as a drill sergeant, and the first thing they said is, hey, we're deploying everyone to Fort Sill, Oklahoma, doing like 2-year rotations and pushing troops. And I was like, there's no fucking way. Oh, sorry.
No, you can swear.
Sorry. Yeah. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I was like, there's no fucking way I'm doing that. So I started doing like an admin battle because I literally had just re-enlisted in July of 2001. And they were short-handed, and so they didn't want to let me go. And so basically the new commander that I had was, he was a good guy. Basically gave me like, hey, you know what you're getting yourself into? I was like, I think so. I mean, I've never done it, so. But there was a National Guard unit in Mississippi, and I did a lateral transfer, and he basically gave me a deal. He was like, if you don't make it, you owe me 5 more years. I was like, deal. So after a couple of years of dealing with that little admin battle, I switched over, started driving and doing my drills driving from Dallas to Grenada in Mississippi, doing the 4-day drills, do the basically like the pre-qual, and they would have you do like a PT test, and then rucking for I think it was 5 miles, and just training on like land nav, things like that. And so at the same time, like in early 2001 is when at the time I was training with Travis Luter. He was getting into MMA, and so I was his training partner because I was around the same size, and I had the opportunity to be under the management of the same guy that was representing Matt Serra and Travis Luter. And so I had the opportunity of going on that, going with them and going into MMA, or continuing trying to go to selection, because I'd been there at that National Guard unit for 9 months and they just wouldn't give me a selection date. So I was like, man, I can't keep doing this. So it's been 9 months. I've been coming back and forth. And it's costing me money every time I come out here. Like the $300 ain't cutting it. That's not even covering the gas to make it from Dallas to Mississippi, because it was like an 8-hour drive. And I basically had to make a decision: go pro in MMA and go that route, or try to make it through and get into selection. And basically the manager was saying we got like 2 weeks to make a decision, because we need to move forward. And it was like 3 days later that I had got a call saying, hey, we got a selection date for you. And so I spent a couple of days trying to think about like what I wanted to do, and I just felt like I had an obligation to go back in and go get in the fight. So I turned that down, went active duty and went to selection, and just pushed through it on that.
Yeah.
Now, fast forward to like 2007, my first deployment. I remember coming back from this just miserable fucking night. We did like 7 follow-ons. I mean, it was just to the point where you just like, you got some guy, they're telling you the intel that you want to hear, but you really don't want to hear it, because you're like five follow-ons in, you're exhausted, and they're just now keep talking and keep talking. So we go to the next one. And the second to last one, I remember we stepped out of Stryker, and there was just this pungent smell. It was basically the sewer lines had busted, and we were just stepping in 3-4 inches of shit, just everywhere, where everyone's already stinky. And so by the time we got back in for the last follow-on, everyone, like their boots and everything else, was just stinking up the Stryker. And we finally get back, and first thing I do is, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, and go into the chow hall, and just, there's no food. There's some Lucky Charms or something. I remember looking up, and I see, the 2 guys, Matt Serra and Travis Luter, they both won the Ultimate Fighter. And I was just like, did I make the wrong choice? Oh, man, I'm just sitting there miserable, stinking, dirt all over my face, shit all over, like from my knees down. And I was like, damn, did I make that choice? I made my decision, so be it.
Man, that's wild. Taking a step back, when you were presented with the opportunity to go pro in the MMA or go through selection for SF, where were you at training pipeline-wise? Like, what belt were you in? And I can only assume you had done kickboxing, striking. I mean, like, to be well-rounded enough to be at that point. Like, how many years and kind of where were you combatives-wise?
So I was always in Jiu-Jitsu starting in 96. But in 2000 is when I got into Muay Thai. And then in 2002, I actually was able to go to Thailand to train as well. So I did like a 3.5-week trip in training camps in Thailand. And I absolutely loved it. I love Muay Thai. It's phenomenal. But my heart has always been with Jiu-Jitsu. So that was when I was 2001, I was a purple belt, and 2002 is when I got my brown belt, and then I got my black belt in 2004, and I left for selection in, I think, like 3 months after I got my black belt.
Oh, wow.
So
yeah, I mean, that's a hell of a journey for sure. Selection wise, was there any, I've had a number of Green Berets on, so I won't labor the audience with all of those details, but was there any part of that pipeline that stuck out as either being totally not what you expected, or were there any big challenges, hurdles, or was it relatively a normal process, SF selection?
No. None of it was normal to me. So, I mean, coming in, I was a mechanic, so there wasn't, it was all more technical stuff. And then when I was a drill sergeant, I had to reclass to field artillery. And that was closest to like a combat MOS that I ever did. And it wasn't even, it was just you needed to be 13 Bravo qualified. It wasn't even something that I actually did. So when I got to selection, I'd been training up for it, the little that I knew about it, but I think the first 3 days of selection is they try to weed out as many as they can, right? The people that aren't serious, and I just remember like the thing that I was holding on to was it was actually jiu-jitsu, believe it or not. I kept telling myself, I made it as a black belt. I went through like way harder things that, fractured my spine in competition. I had, torn ligaments and things like that. So like I just kept putting myself into something where I thought I was going to be, completely finished, at some point in time during jiu-jitsu, but I made it through, and I can do that too here. And that really, that set the kind of the pace. Like I've done it there, I can do it here. And even though these tasks were completely new, the stress was entirely new, and the events were entirely new. Because even at the prep, we didn't have like any type of team week or anything like that, and that's where all the random things come in. The sand babies and carrying the log and things that you'd never done. And so that was entirely new stresses. It was all new to me. There wasn't anything that I was accustomed to at all.
Yeah. Of course, my natural curiosity, did you guys do any combatives during selection or anything?
No. Selection was just basically, you had your PT test, and then after that, it was prepping for land nav, and then you had that 1 week of land nav to make it through the STAR course and the prep for that, which, man, I was stressing out because the first you had like 3 practice runs, 3 days of practice runs. You had a day and a night course, 4 points each. I failed the first day. I failed the second day. I failed the third day. And then I was getting tested, and we had 8 hours to find, 4 daytime points and 4 nighttime points. And something just kicked in, and for some reason, like all the times that I failed, all of a sudden, like it was a success because I actually made it under time than they were actually requesting. So some reason, like I by the grace of whatever was out there, I made it through.
Yeah.
And then the team week, that was another thing too, and I mean, the gentleman's course, right, where they let you, implement the amount of stress that's going to really, get at you. And it was a completely different environment because it was very stressful. Everyone knew that they were trying to make it, and so there was that sense of, yes, we have to work together, but at the same time, I got to look out for myself, and I've never been in that type of environment. And so I just stuck with the team type of environment, like we got to make it, as in we, and that's basically the whole kind of mentality that I had that pushed me to make it through. And the ones that were actually going through it, as in like I need to make it through myself, were the ones that got peered out. So
yeah,
it was a good game plan. At the end, I found out.
Yeah. Fast forward to your first duty station, post Q course, and all the qualification stuff. You said your first deployment was Afghanistan.
Iraq. Yeah.
I guess kind of similarly, expectation versus reality. So your first deployment was what, 05? 06?
07.
07.
Yeah.
I guess looking at it kind of in the rear view mirror collectively, were those deployments what you would consider high op tempo, super busy, very kinetic, lots of combat operations type stuff?
Very. So I was in the National Guard initially. I went through the Q course as being part of 20th Group. And so when I got to the Q course, I initially went in because there were short 18 Charlies, so engineers. And so I went in as an engineer. And I made it through small unit tactics. I made it through we have like small unit tactics, and then you have SEER, and then you have your MOS training. And about 3/4 of the way through of MOS training as in the engineer course, I actually I failed one of the tests. So they gave me a retest on it, and I failed that one too. And so I was out, and I was devastated. Because I didn't have a plan B. I was like, I'm going to make this, and that's it. And I was fortunate enough that I had several other people that were instructors that saw me go through, and they wrote basically wrote some letters of and allowed me to. I met up with the instructor for the chief instructor for the weapons course, and I didn't know it was a semi-interview. I walked up and he looks me up and down. He's like, slaps me on the shoulder, and looks at me and goes, "Yeah, you're good stock. We'll take you." It's like, okay, and that was it. So Bobby Bogger, man, but he there was a caveat. So I could go back in and I could go into the weapons course, but I had to maintain Troop Sergeant Major through the rest of the Q course. And to be honest with you, even though I had no plan B, I was like, is this really something that I want to do? Because, man, any type of leadership position in the Q course is just, it's miserable, because you don't have to just worry about yourself, but you have to, be in charge of everyone else, and if they do something stupid, then you got to be up there with them, and whatever, admin BS that you have to deal with. But at the same time, it was a very brief, stint in my mind. Like, do I really want to do this? And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna push through. So from MOS through to the end of the Q course, I was, either Troop Sergeant Major or from there to the SEER, the language, and Robin Sage. And I ended up getting the leadership award at the end of the Q course. So it worked out.
Yeah, it's amazing. So I guess then going back to that first deployment in 07 to Iraq, before you went, did your leadership communicate kind of the 30,000 foot view of, hey, we're going to this area, city, town, village, whatever, this is kind of our main objective of what we're going to try to accomplish? So, was that communicated to you before you went?
Yes and no. So once I finished the Q course, I drove back to Mississippi. So while I was in the Q course, I was going to the gym, and I saw a bunch of guys that were training. And I was just kind of like, oh, yeah. Run over there and just kind of like, hey, guys, you doing Jiu-Jitsu? I didn't know who they were. But there ended up being guys from the CIF. And so just kind of started making a schedule and started going there. And I started teaching them and training them. And so by the end of the Q course, I had gotten an invitation to go into the 3rd Group CIF. And so I went back to Mississippi. I told them, hey, thanks guys, I'm out. I'm going active duty. And so I packed up all my things, moved out to Bragg, started the Q course there. And by the time I finished, so I signed into group. The next day I signed into battalion. 3 days later I signed into the company, and then about 4 days later I was on a flight, and I met my team downrange, and it was like a little bit before the halfway point of the deployment, and it was my first deployment. I'd never been in combat before. So I met my team downrange, and they're already in that high tempo, right? And I wasn't SFARTA qualified, I wasn't SOTA qualified, and so they had me, if they needed me on the 50 cal, I was on it. And then if my team that I was assigned to wasn't going out, I would jump on another team, and I'd be the driver, I'd be the land nav, I'd be, the sport, carrying the special equipment, whatever it was. I was trying to get out there as much as I could, trying to experience as much as I could, because I had zero experience. And so, yes, I got like a good understanding. I mean, they very well explained like what our mission set is, but for the individual missions, I was so focused on like what I was doing because I didn't want to screw up.
Yeah.
And so it was basically kind of like the second tier mission brief that for the drivers and more like support guys. But I was pulling security for the guys when they went to the house and things like that. But I didn't even have like a set job, and I was getting pawned out to different teams, anytime they went out to gain experience. So it was a whirlwind, man. And I got my CIB, my first firefight in like 3 days after I was there. And it was such a high tempo though, because they were going out like every night. And it's almost like a blur, to be honest with you. And then they're like, hey, we're going down to Diwania, pack your things, you're going down, you're doing this. I'm like, doing what? I don't even know. Okay, no problem. Packing my things, jump on that truck and go down there. And they were doing that for 2 weeks. And then, okay, we're working with the commandos tonight, and one night working with ICTF. And so it was a crazy kind of like trial by fire,
Yeah.
That first deployment.
Yeah. Looking at it from the initial reason why you joined and wanted to go the SF route post 9/11, wanting to contribute. Obviously, this is 6 years later.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever find yourself thinking like, yeah, this is what I thought it was going to be, and I'm glad I'm here and I'm doing what I believe in and whatever? Or was it because it's Iraq and not Afghanistan? Were there any doubts in your mind, or was it just, hey, I'm a new guy, I'm doing my job and trying to learn as much as I can? Like, did you think about any of those kind of things at that point?
So, you could probably better understand this. So when I lived in Italy, there was half the population that still remembers World War II. They remember the Americans liberating, Italy. And as a kid, so I was so influenced by hearing, these grown-ups that were talking about this overwhelming sense of pride of knowing Americans. You know what I mean? And it was just like, and I was like, that's me, that's my people. You know what I mean? I was just like, wow, and they changed, history of the world, and I was so proud, to have that, be able to say, yeah, I'm American too. You know what I mean? Like, I'm part of that somehow. You know what I mean? My grandfather was there in World War II. So, and then when I moved to Germany, it was even stronger. Because again, still half the population is just like late '80s. So there was still a lot of people that remember, the Americans coming in and freeing Germany from Nazi control. And so I grew up with that overwhelming sense of pride, and it was so deeply ingrained with me that, after 9/11, I took 9/11 personally, and so if they said, you need to go there, then I'd be like, I'm there. This is my turn. This is my turn. I can, I get to actually contribute to this, and I get to be part of that legacy. And I was so overwhelmingly proud, and I wanted to stay in that. And man, so by the time I got there, I truly believed that everything we were doing was for the good, and I didn't want to believe anything else. I truly didn't. I quickly dismissed it, ignored it. Anything and everything that was, that might have even, sounded conflicting to what we were doing, done. I'm not even listening to you anymore. So it was just, I knew that the main thing that drew me to be in SF, there was two things. One thing was the motto, Del Presto Liber, being bullied my whole life. I felt like as a grown-up, this is something I could do, on a larger scale. And again, like the whole liberation thing, was the key part in all that. So I get to, the terrorists that are there, we get to, squash that out, and I get to continue in that legacy. And so it was, I didn't have any doubt in my mind whatsoever, especially on that first deployment. The second deployment was a little bit different. And the third one
was it as Connecticut? Was it as kinetic?
Say again?
Were the second and third deployments as kinetic and combat saturated as the first one?
So
Do you ever fall into that trap of scrolling fitness influencers at midnight? Everyone's got a tip or a hack that ends up either being overcomplicated or just not real. The difference with Fitbod is it's simple, it actually works. They gave me access to try it out, and I've been using it for a while now. The app takes all the guesswork out of training. I open it up, and right away it gives me a full workout based on my goals, my gear, and what muscles are ready to go. Feels like having a personal trainer in your pocket. I knocked out a chest and back session with it that hit exactly the right intensity. Not too easy, it's not too ridiculous either. And it tracks recovery, so I'm not hitting the same muscle groups too soon. Smart. Since using it, I've noticed better consistency, more strength, and the app keeps things fresh. Supersets, new moves, circuits, it mixes it up without me having to think about it. That's what keeps me coming back. Level up your workout. Join Fitbod today to get your personalized workout plan. Get 25% off your subscription or try the app free for 7 days at fitbod.me/micdrop. Restrictions apply. That's fitbod.me/micdrop.
So the first one in 2007 was that spike, right? And then 2008, initially we started out, so in 2007 I was in Solder City, and it was just the wild, wild west. And 2008, we started out in Taji and Tikrit, and we were there for like 2 months, and then they had this massive spike of, insurgent activity in Mosul. So halfway through, packed up everything. Packed up everything, and we went up to Mosul, and that it picked up a lot up there, but. We had, we were working, doing unilateral missions with CAG that was out there. And so it was, I think because one, I knew a little bit more I knew a lot more than I did when 2007, plus I was SFARTA qualified as well. And so I felt a lot more comfortable being there. And I knew my job. And so, but 2009 was entirely different, because that was, everything started like going down. We'd only go to and this was again in Baghdad again, going to like a certain distance and then letting the ICTF, go forward and do their own thing. So the tempo had changed drastically in 2009. It was you had to have a different mentality then. 2007, 2008 though, that was definitely high tempo, I think. So the one time, while we were in Taji and Tikrit, my little cubby, I just put tick marks in my little wall locker area every time I left the wire. And the first 2 months before we went up to Mosul, we did 53 missions in 60 days.
Wow.
And that's not including follow-ons, that's just leaving the wire. So, it was very intense.
Yeah.
Very high-paced. And the only time that we actually had time off was like during sandstorms, where we couldn't get, any type of overhead support, there's conflict and whatever, but that was pretty rare. But then mainly like sandstorms that kind of let us not go out anymore.
Yeah. Between the 07 and 08 deployment, where they're more kinetic, is there a mission or missions that stand out as being the most memorable from an experience standpoint?
Man, I honestly, they were so similar that they all kind of blended in.
I guess could you walk through what that standard mission was?
We would get, we had a lot of the, we had handlers that were assigned to us, and the Mohawks, and then they were going out, gathering intel. We do our own target packets, and then we get our brief, hey, this is where this guy's at. You know, he's facilitating, whether it be, you know, about making materials, he's a financier, whatever it might be. And, you know, a lot of them were time-sensitive targets. You know, he's going to be here at this time, so we need to go and intercept that. And we'd always, the one thing that I really admired about, you know, the team sergeant that I had is he was very smart. Basically, we always targeted at the smallest amount of a defense that they could have, like that one window of opportunity where he's like in transition, going to, you know, wherever the location might be to where all the troops are. You know, he'd be following with just like a couple of bodyguards or something like that, and you pinpoint exactly where it's at. And so in 2008, we barely got into any firefights. I mean, it was just planned out so well that we just come in with such an overwhelming amount of force that they didn't have time, you know, really to do much. And I think it's funny because, you know, people come, you know, when I was coming back, people were like, you know, like, what kind of like sexy things you get into firefights, and you tell me about it. I was like, not that many, maybe 3 or 4 tops, you know, and in a way. And because we just, people don't understand that when you're in a firefight, I mean, something went fucking wrong. You know, somewhere along the line, something got fucked up. Something went wrong. And they took a lot of time in planning out the missions. I mean, they would cank a lot of missions too. Like, no, it's not going to work out. But I remember we were like heading down. It was between Taji and Tikrit. And we had you know, the drones that are overhead, and they're saying, hey, there's a couple of guys that look like they're laying in some type of IEDs on the road. And you know, my first instinct, like, let's go get them, let's go after them. You know what I mean? They were catching them red-handed. And my team said, like, well, nope, I'm gonna turn around, we're gonna take this route, and we'll go somewhere else. And at the time, I'm just like, what the fuck, man? They're there, let's fucking take them out. And now I look back, and I'm like, man, that was dumbass mentality of mine, you know, like he was smart, you know, he's like, why even bother going through that when we know that it's being laid out? It's just going to be trouble. We just go down, take, you know, this back up one click and go left, and we're out, you know, and done.
Yeah.
And it was, you know, the new guy type mentality, or newish guy. I mean, I still got guys that, you know, I was on the team that still call me a cherry, so I guess I'll never lose that. But it was. It just everything that went in there, you know, would just, you know, make the breach go in, hit hard, hit fast, and get what we needed, and bring them back and gather intel.
Yeah, I think that's the difference between being accountable for other guys and only being accountable for yourself. You know,
very true.
Which I think is a pretty natural progression for most military members. You know, but. Were those the 3 deployments that you did? Were they the only 3, and then you got out after that? Yeah. So before I get into kind of looking back now, do you still feel that way? Was similarly to going into the military, was there a catalyst that made you want to get out?
So at the time, it just like 2009 deployment was kind of disappointing, just because we had such a high tempo, and, you know, feeling like we're doing like so much good. And about 2009, it was kind of like we're getting taken out of the fight. There was several reasons I made that decision. That was one of them. Another reason was, I mean, I'd see some of the guys on my team, you know, that, and especially in the SIF, I mean, those guys had like, by 2007, 2008, they already had like 10 deployments, you know, Afghanistan, Iraq. And, Some guys even had like 12, 13. It was crazy. So it was, it just kind of like someone just turned the spigot off. It was just no more, getting involved like directly. It was more like an advising role. And so it was just kind of like, and then seeing some of those guys, that were in for a while, I mean, they were younger than I was, like 3-4 years younger, but they looked like they were 15, 20 years older, broken down, barely can move. My mentor, he was my senior, it was Walker Booth. I remember him, he was a legacy guy, man. His grandfather was Green Beret, his father was Green Beret, he was Green Beret. The guy was like a legend in third group, but man, it was, and seeing him, he took over a team, took over a Halo team. I think he was like, at the time he was like 12 years in, which is just crazy fast. And he was well qualified. And I remember seeing him, and he had, he was popping Percocets and Oxys and like a cocktail, And I was trying to figure out, like, man, are you all right? He's like, oh, I'm fine. Everything was fine. He's never going to, quit that team. He's, finally got his own team. And come to find out, he had broken back. If you can imagine being on a Halo team and, doing the high arches, all loaded up, doing those wall locker jumps with a broken back. It was crazy. But he wasn't going to let anyone know, and it was like right before I literally headed back to the tarmac in 2009. I just got picked up. I was on the phone with him, and I remember I was having that conversation. He's like, yeah, I got my back checked out. It's actually broken, and so he's going to get fixed up, and and then he's going to go back on his team. So it was kind of a crazy moment, but that stuck with me. I didn't want to know how it was going to be, if I was like 10 years in, and doing this stuff, and then would I be able to still have that quality of life after?
Yeah.
And then there was a re-enlistment mess up where I'd re-enlisted before I left in 2009, and while I was there, I got promoted to E7. And when I got back, I was going through sniper school in Sodic, and I was like, where's my bonus? I signed up like 4 months ago. I was supposed to get it downrange, and it didn't happen. So I went and talked to the enlistment office, and they're like, hey, you're missing a signature from the commander. I was like,
so I'm out of the military?
Why the fuck didn't you go up there and just get your signature? He's like, oh, well, you can still re-enlist, but you don't get a bonus. I was like, dude, that was probably one of the most unprofessional moments of my career, because I just went off on him. And he was a E9, and I was an E7, so but I was just furious. I was
still,
just
though, E7 and E9, you're still in the same fraternity.
Ish.
Kind of.
Yeah, but it's still.
It's way different than an E6 trying to dress an E9 down.
Yeah. But I was furious. And he's like, no, you can. And so that was like a slap in the face. And it wasn't anything to do with the unit or anything that they did. It was just
Army.
But I was just, Army thing, and it's like, man, no, I'm not. And yeah, so those are some of the main reasons. I think I also had like the first kind of my thought process, especially on 9, sitting around on, while waiting for them to come back, a lot of time to think, and I started kind of looking at it from the other perspective, like, are we really doing the right thing? Are we in the right here? And it was very, very minimal, like nothing I would ever, and I still wanted to believe that, we were in the right 100%, and, we were there liberating the oppressed, and that's what we're doing. Yeah, so but that lasted like another 10 years or so, where I just, like, I absolutely, truly believed, at least I wanted to believe that we were like 100% in the right.
Would you say that your view now is a polar opposite of that?
I wouldn't say polar opposite, because I still hold true that the people in the military, especially the people that I served with, they're fucking professionals, titans in there, and they were there because they thought they were doing the right thing, just like I was. I don't think there was anybody there who didn't believe that. And I think that was the hard thing to try to get away from was, if I had a different mental thought process of that and questioned it, I would be questioning everything, everything that I did. And I truly didn't want to do that. And now I look back at it, and I still am for, the soldier. I'm still in for the person that's actually doing the fighting. But the leadership that led us into that, I don't think we should have been there at all.
Yeah.
I think, especially at the end of it, we're expecting this, final, hey, this was the reason why we did all this. This is why, we were there.
Justifying the means kind of thing. That
And
never
20
came.
years in, we lost, 5,700 people and $8 trillion, not including the hundreds of thousands of civilians that were killed. For what? And it's just something that you just can't ignore. At the end, it's just like, how is the average American here in Rockwall benefiting from the $8 trillion that we spent, the lives that were lost on both sides, the civilians that were killed, to make that, to accomplish the missions that we did, and what we were doing, how did it benefit anybody,
Yeah.
and I still, like, what do you think?
Well, two things. One, I agree 100%. Like, as every year that's gone by, I've gravitated more towards am I on a hidden camera show right now? Like, where's the final product, for all of that sacrifice? Like, I don't see it. Like, am I missing something? And I also think, I've had a lot of guys on the show that have very mirrored experiences and perspectives that you and I both share now. I think most people in our shoes share that perspective, and that they still are proud of what they did and what they volunteered to do, what they sacrificed. Still have the utmost respect for everybody who also did that same thing, but are more and more, as every year passes, having less and less of an understanding of what it was all for. To me, one of the things you mentioned earlier about growing up in Italy and Germany, and the kind of the reverence and respect that Americans have because of World War II. What do you think the difference is between World War II and Iraq and Afghanistan as to why it's not that same way? So obviously, as a country, we're capable of instilling that level of respect in countries that we liberate.
Man, I honestly think that, one, we weren't, we had from what I understand, a clear-cut enemy, right? Someone that had invaded and someone that was doing just absolute atrocities, that were just unspeakable atrocities. Just, things that haven't been ever done in history, taking civilians and, what happened to the Jewish population during that time frame is just, anytime, one thing that anytime that if anyone ever goes to one of the concentration camps or death camps, it stays with you forever. It can't, I don't think anyone can, ever forget about it. It's just something that just stays with you. So I think that it was one of those things where it was an absolute necessity, and we needed to go, versus I think they try to dress it up the same way, and all the times, like the whole, we had that same playbook for, Vietnam. We have to stop them, because if not, it's the communist domino effect, right? And that just wasn't, it was made up, right? There was no threat. We knew that after. At least everyone else knew that after. I think after that loss, I think there was kind of like the, Panama and, Nicaragua and everything else, were just kind of small ones to kind of like test the public to see how they were going to react. And then Desert Storm, we went in, but came right back out, and then we left, right? I guess test to see how the population is going to be again, especially coming out of the whole Cold War thing, right? And then now looking back at it, of course, hindsight 2020, and like we were talking about earlier, there's like waiting 20 years to find out. We went in to take out the Taliban, that terrorist organization, and we spent 20 years doing it, and we put them in government. Now they're in charge of the country instead. So in Iraq, there was, we got Al-Qaeda there. And the thing is also, too, I think a lot of people kind of, don't keep this in consideration. It is so real when you're there. When you get shot at, you're like, yeah, they're bad guys, man. We're getting shot at constantly, you know what I mean? And but then you look at it from their perspective, like, if someone came to my country, and put like a military occupation on us, what would we do?
Doing the same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Probably even worse. So I completely understand that. And, they had honestly, they had every right to do that. And again, my mentality back then was, to make sure, we got mission accomplished with everyone that went out and everyone come back. And I wasn't settling for anything less. That was the only bar, to make sure that everyone came back that went out. And so again, we said that earlier, I had the utmost respect for everyone that I went with, and we all had that same looking out for each other. We made sure that we were just, that brotherhood was so tight, right? And we looked out for each other, but there was no reason to do that. And I think that's the most upsetting thing is, so one of the guys, like in 2007, I got there, and I think it was like 2 weeks before Justin Munchke got killed. And I didn't know him that well. And I talked to him maybe a couple of times, because I only had been there for like a couple of weeks before he got brought back. He got brought in on the bird. He got shot on target. And so I'm up in Denton coaching at the IBJJF Dallas Open, and I'm at a gas station. And I'm walking to my truck, and there's this guy that's standing there. He's looking at my truck, and I was like, "Hey, how you doing?" And he's pointing at my truck. I still had my Fort Bragg sticker decal on there to get on base. And he's like, I know it's a long shot and everything, but you by any chance, Special Forces? I was like, yeah, I was. He's like, you by chance be in third group, will you? I was like, yeah. And I don't have third group stickers or anything on there, but he's like, did you know a guy named Justin Munchke? I was like, yeah, actually, yeah, I did. He's like, I'm his uncle.
Oh, shit.
And so I was just like, was really taken back. So we started talking a little bit, and the first thing he says is like, can you tell me what happened? And I was just like, oh shit, and I was like, and basically I wasn't there on that one. I just remember, unloading them. And this is like a gritty, Texas, like rancher type, you know what I mean? Just
good old boy.
Yeah, tough as coffin nails. You could tell it, by just his posture, and you know how it is. And and literally just kind of like cut to the chase, and he was looking for answers, and then this was like 2013, I think it was 2013, and he was distraught, and I remember, was it worth it? And I was just, I was kind of, I didn't know how to respond because, is it worth anyone's life? Especially his nephew. And, especially, his eyes were just glassing over, and I was just like, I honestly didn't know what to say. And man, that was, I was stunned. I just kind of, reverted back to, how, he was there, he was protecting the other guys, and everything that they told me what happened, I just conveyed to them. And he got the like an official report. I don't know exactly what that was until he started telling me, and I was like, that's pretty much the same story that I got. And so I apologize. I really wish I could tell you more. I don't know. I was like new on the team, and I got there like 2 weeks before, and so I knew him, but I wasn't like that close with him. I only knew him for like 2 weeks, and man, that was a really rough conversation because I just got caught off guard. I didn't know what to say, and in the manner to saying it, and I didn't want to say something that was conflicting to what he had heard and then start something, so I was, but that conversation like resonates in my head constantly, especially nowadays that, we're talking about like, was it worth it? No, fuck no, it wasn't worth his life. You know what I mean? Yeah. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to say anything then, and it'd be just utterly disrespectful to say like it wasn't worth it for him to die out there, but in honesty, no, it wasn't worth it. We didn't accomplish anything. Yeah. So many, of my friends, I lost count how many memorial services I went to, and I went to memorial services in while we were in Iraq, and when we were back at Fort Bragg, and for what? And then that's what bugs me the most is I was just waiting and waiting and waiting, like, something's coming. There's going to be like something like we turned over and this happened, or man, it's frustrating. We pretty much we didn't create ISIS, but we set the tempo for them to be created. With putting them into the the prison that was out there, but basically like the people that were like on the fence with us, now they were 100%, against us. Abu Ghraib, yes, sorry. Been hitting that a lot. So it was just one of those things where, and we just created more problems for later. And and then you start looking back at like the, how it was handled. We have that, was it Paul Bremer, and the whole debathification, like that somehow was a good idea to put someone that had 2 weeks experience to run the occupation. And his first idea, like, let's dismantle the entire military, and give them no jobs, full motivation, and they're fully armed, and that's not going to cause any problems. And so when you look back at, the logistics of it and how it was handled, it was a shit show from the get-go. Yeah. And we were in the middle of it, but at the time, the only thing, again, looking forward is, this small group that's with me, and, what they put right in front of us. And it was literally just blinders, just this is what we have to do to get back home. Yeah. And I'll be fucking damned if anyone, gets hurt on my watch. That's not going to happen. And I was just, now my dedication and my motivation for being out there, again, was mainly for everyone else around me. Mm-hmm. That still hasn't changed. That always will be, the stance I take. But should we have been there? Fuck no. Yeah. Absolutely not. There's no reason for it. I don't think we should have been there at all.
I don't disagree, and I think hearing you walk through that conversation that you had with his uncle, to me highlights the broader point of the struggle that so many of us have with that. And I think the only way to rationalize it, to A, not lose your mind, B, not take away from the sacrifice of any of the incredible men that we both have known that are not here with us anymore. But also C, to try to understand moving forward, the necessity that our country and frankly any country has for good, capable men to stand up and volunteer to serve their country is necessary. And so, to me, when you put all those things together, I view it just very simply in that, was their sacrifice worth it? To me, is too black and white of a question because of those things, and I think it almost requires a reframing of the question of saying, or not even reframing a question, but just looking at it from the perspective of does the perspective that we have on we shouldn't have been there, does that do a disservice to the memory of those who are lost? And I think the way I look at it is that the country needs people to say, I will go. Even though I may not come back, I'm willing to put my life on the line because I believe in, value, and love this country that much. Our country, and again, every other country, needs young men to do that. And so it doesn't take away from I think, the magnitude and gravity of how special that is. It doesn't take away from the sacrifices that any of us made, because that is a pure moral and principled approach to life that I think we have to have. And so to me, what it does, though, is it highlights how important it is, both at the voting booth and outside of the voting booth, of the people that we put in the positions to send us to places like that, and holding them accountable when they fuck it up. Because I just think, I don't know how else you look at it and not just lose your mind over it, because similarly, I was a young man. I was in my early 20s when I was in Iraq, and very similarly, I didn't even really think much about whether or not we should or shouldn't be there. It was, what are we doing and how do we all come home? Yep. I love every one of these guys I'm with. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I do something that results in them not coming home, and I will be damned if that happens. And so, to me, that sacrifice is valuable and worth it, irrespective of somebody who's out of our control making the decision to put us there or not, because none of us could have known that at the time, and I also think there's a certain level of efficiency and effectiveness within any military that requires people to say, hey, if you volunteer to come do this, then you got to do what you're told, and you can't question every decision made, or none of it's going to work. That's my take on it.
So I agree with about 90% of what you're saying. The one thing about it, though, is the accountability part. And I think,
All right, guys, let me level with you here. If there's one thing that I do know, it's that showing up matters. For your family, your teammates, your business, and your country. But a while back, I hit a wall. My nights were wrecked, it was tossing, turning, no real deep sleep, and my days were even worse. That's when I found Beam's Dream Powder. Beam is proudly founded in America and run by people who share our values: hard work, integrity, and delivering results. When I found Dream, everything changed. I started sleeping through the night without tossing and turning, and I woke up energized, not groggy. It's been an absolute game changer for me. Now here's what's inside. A powerful blend of reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, apigenin, and melatonin. It's designed to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up ready to perform. No next day fog, no shortcuts, no junk, just results. And it tastes damn good. It's become part of my nightly routine. I put Beam's Dream Powder to the test, and the first night was lights out in minutes. A week in, and I had sharper focus, more patience at home, and the energy to attack the day instead of limping through it. Now here's the deal. Beam has already logged 17.5 million better nights of sleep for people who refuse to settle. Beam is giving my listeners the ultimate Patriot discount of up to 40% off. You can try their best-selling Dream Powder and get up to 40% off for a limited time only. So if you use my discount code, which is MicDrop, all caps, all one word, you can get their best-selling Dream Powder for just $39. Go to shopbeam.com/MicDrop and use the code MicDrop, all caps, all one word, at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/MicDrop and use the code MicDrop for up to 40% off.
Because I find myself looking from the other perspective of it. What enemies have we created by doing so from those mistakes? That are going to pass on to the next generation. And
saying that we didn't hold them accountable enough.
No, not at all.
No, I'm not saying that we did. I'm saying it's our job to do that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
No, I mean, there's been no accountability.
Yeah.
So to me, that's the crux is that to ask, was it worth it? I would say not until.
Yeah.
We learn our lesson and hold the people
Yes.
accountable.
Yes.
Once we satisfy that requirement, then I would say yes.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. So we completely agree there. Yeah.
And I think Afghanistan is largely the same way. I do think there was a difference, at least initially. To me, and I want to be fair in that it's always easier to look back as an armchair quarterback, and hindsight being 20/20. However, to do it for 20 years after maybe 3 months or 3 years or however long, where we realized, okay, what does winning look like here in Afghanistan? Can you define it? No. Well, then we shouldn't be here. Like, if you can't define what winning looks like, then stop putting our lives on the line to not even know what the fuck that looks like. And I think relatively early on, we found ourselves in that position of not being able to say this is what winning looks like, or even this is what our objective is. I mean, I've had guys on the show that were at that level, higher, 06 and above officers in special operation commands who were in those backdoor meetings with Joint Chiefs and Secretaries of Defense and president's aides and the president, and they didn't know at the time. So it's like, if you guys didn't know, then nobody knew, and we shouldn't have been there. Now, I don't think no response after 9/11 was the right answer. I think we should have gone there, punched them in the mouth harder than we did initially, and then left and said, do it again, and it's going to be 10x that the next time. What do you think?
So, again, hindsight 20/20, I found out later on that the Afghan government said, hey, we will help you find him. Come, let us work together, help you find him. No, we went in there instead. And hundreds of thousands of Afghan civilians were killed. That was completely unnecessary. That just, again, creates more enemies, later on down the line.
Do you have any idea why we turned that down?
What's that?
The offer to find him?
We had the ball, from what I've read, is that we had everything in motion already. Like the ball was already rolling, and we needed to, from again, the little that I know now, again, I mainly kind of focused in on Iraq from being there, but it was something where it was inevitable. Especially at Cold War, we armed, the militants that were there at the time, to fight the Russians, and the Soviets. And then we put that, those extremists in power, and that was the result. And when you look back at, our playbook, we've done that so many times. I think World War II was, to an extent, not fully, because the one thing I completely disagree on during World War II was, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. When the top leaders were saying they're already given up, they're the only thing they want to keep is their emperor, and they're done. They're already on the ropes. They're trying to quit. There was no need for it. And it was just a flex to show the Soviet Union, look what we got. Now we're going to be on top.
Do you know that for like that the Japanese hierarchy 100% confirmed that they made that offer that they were willing to give up, and we still said no?
I mean, have I seen documents on that? No. Have I just reading from what was it Eisenhower, and there was an admiral, man, I can't remember his name now, that both stated, like, we don't need to do this, and so that's pretty much where I've gotten my my stance on it is from the two top leaders saying they're already done with, and then what I read about Japan, basically their fuel was getting cut off, and so they were just running down. They had the people that are already in like the Philippines and so forth, and then the Chinese were pushing them back, and so everything was kind of collapsing on them, and so by that time frame they were just looking for a way out. I don't see. I've never been. The one thing I was always against is the killing of innocents. Like I am opposed to that. If I would have seen that in my deployments, I would have spoken up about that. I can't. To free the oppressed, you don't want to be the one that's oppressing them, right? And so I take that motto to heart, and so when I look back and we just slaughtered hundreds of thousands in an instant, that literally had nothing to do with what was going on everywhere else, and to me that was just unequivocally wrong.
Yeah,
and we shouldn't have.
Yeah.
And I believe that through and through all the way. Yes, I understand there's collateral damage, but this was targeted. You know what I mean? So, should we have been involved in World War II? Yes. Should we have finished that way? No. That's just my stance on it.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that, and I think to your point, I think prior to just saying that is like if you look at the from World War II until now, like to me World War II is the last example of the right way to do it, with that exception.
Yeah.
Is that's the approach of when to get involved, to the length that you get involved, to how long you maintain a presence afterwards, how you maintain that presence. I think that all was a pretty solid playbook on the how to conduct yourself on the global stage when you're engaging in combat. Now, again, in the interest of it, at least always trying to see both sides, even like trying to put yourself in Bush's shoes, making the decision to go into Iraq. I can at least sympathize, and I'm not saying that this completely assuages all responsibility for it, but I understand 9/11 happens, our pants are down, we get punched in the mouth, just this atrocious attack that I'm not going to say didn't see coming, because there were certainly preemptive intelligence briefings that alluded to that, and there was some understanding that something was going on, but there's a lot of those that we think may happen and never pan out. So how do you know which one to pick? But I guess my point is that in the mind of a year and a half, 2 years after 9/11, of not wanting that to happen again, and thinking that there's a country who is planning or might be planning to do something similar, is that, hey, kind of the same, not on my watch, like, hey, this happened once already, it's not happening again, we'll go in there, and if I'd rather err on the side of being aggressive than reactive, kind of thing. I think that's important to at least understand that. I still agree 1,000% and think Iraq, from a 30,000 foot view standpoint, was a complete mistake, and I think most of us do.
Yeah. But I mean, if we look at 9/11, I got questions. I got so many questions about 9/11. But if we just take from the information that we knew that 15 Saudis flew the plane in, there's 15 Saudis, there's 18 total, and I think the other ones were, I don't know, Pakistani or something else. But I distinctly remember there's 15 Saudis, that were supposed to be the ones that threw, flew the planes in. And so we invade Iraq. So what? And then he's supposed to be hiding in Afghanistan. But again, if there's and if you look at it logically, if we have, a terrorist cell that bombs Mexico City and they're hiding in the U.S., does that give Mexico a right to come and attack Canada? You know what I mean? It didn't, none of it made sense when you started kind of getting the weeds and questioning things. And I think that a lot of us, I know at least for me, I wanted to, that wasn't my focus. My focus was, we've been attacked, and I can't believe to say this on air, I trust my government that will, do the right thing. That has changed dramatically. And I think that was the hardest thing to try to accept. And I think that was one of the hardest things for me to try to, accept about myself was, the situation was like, I just related back to being bullied as a kid. Imagine like you have this superpower and, you got the Hulk, right? And you see some guy and he's, beating someone else up, and you go over there and you just knock him fuck out, right? And then to come to find out you hit the wrong guy. It was the other guy that was doing the bad things. You just jumped in the bad situation, but to the extent where there was hundreds of thousands of lives lost, and how do you grapple with that? How do you accept that thing? I mean, again, it just goes into like, hey, was it worth it? And to me, it wasn't worth any American lives. It wasn't worth any of the Iraqi lives, civilian lives. Was Saddam, bad guy that needed to be taken out? Yeah, absolutely. But there's plenty of those guys around that we don't touch. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And the thing is that we propped up Saddam as well. I mean, from the late 70s, we propped him up. We funded him. All the WMDs that they had, that we said they had, were the ones that we gave to them. And even when I started digging into it, and I found out, that after the Iran-Iraq, and all that shitstorm that was happening with, the Iran-Contra, that we were selling weapons to Iran, and we were funding Iraq, so they could fight each other. That was like the first thing. I mean, then you start digging in a little bit more deep, and you just kind of find out that not only were we funding it, but Kuwait was slant drilling, and Saddam went to the UN and put in a complaint there and said, hey, you guys stealing my oil, and what can I do? And then he even met with the American ambassador, was her name April Gillespie or something like that. And basically from that, conversation with the ambassador they had in like 1990, hey, what happens over there is not none of our deal. Basically giving the green light for Saddam to, go and invade Kuwait. And then we had we had that one CIA asset, the princess, I can't remember her name now, but it was like the one person that said, yeah, I saw it from my own eyes, they were, just killing the babies in the ICU, and they're horrible people, and we need to invade, and that was like the big deal. And go back a year before that, and we were buddies with them, and we were supporting them for 20 years. The brutal dictator that that we were literally funding and providing arms with. And then you start realizing like how much of a pattern that had. Like we, I mean, go as far back as 1953, where we took out Mohammed Mossadegh in Iran. Their democratically elected president that they had that wanted to nationalize their oil and make Iran better for them, that stayed with Truman at the White House, and they were friends when he was ill, and because there was oil assets, we decided to go in there and overthrow it and put in the Shah. And then everyone it's like, what was it? They called it like the Little America, you know what I mean? And, they were like the only other country other than France that had, I think it was like the F-4 Phantom. It was like the cat's meow, and everyone wanted it, but the only places that had it was the U.S., France, and in Iran. Everyone kind of like glorifies, like, oh, there were women in bikinis then and everything else, but they tend to forget, the Sabak, the secret police that they had that were trained by the Israelis and the Americans, torturing, killing, imprisoning, all these things. And we don't really think of the population, that was suffering at that time. That any type of dissent was just squashed brutally. And that resentment's going to lead to what we saw in 1979, where the overthrow of the Shah, and he got exiled, and then we had a full-on extremist, that went in, a religious extremist, and how's that working out for us now? There isn't a single situation that we've got involved in similar to that's paid off well.
Yeah, I mean I think the CIA coins it as the ripple effect, and have done a lot of studies to the best of their ability of trying to identify an action and the impact that it has, similar to dropping a pebble in a still lake, and you could give countless other examples on top of the ones that you've already provided for anytime you take a side, like you immediately create enemies, no matter what. The bitch of it is, if you don't take a side, you can create enemies, and I've used this example a number of times on the show and in other interviews of kind of reducing foreign policy to a street fight or a bar fight, where it's like if you walk past a bar that it's just total pandemonium going on and you decide to walk in there, just walking in, like if you do nothing, then the people you're not helping are going to be pissed and consider you an enemy. If you take a side, the other side's going to consider you an enemy. If you take that other side, it's like you really can't win. Even walking past the bar in some cases and not helping anybody, people may consider you an enemy. So it is a problematic situation to a certain extent. I guess my point in bringing all of that up, and I can see your wheels turning, wanting to jump in, and I'll give you.
No, I like the analogy.
Is that kind of no matter what, you almost find yourself picking the lesser of 12 evils, but. Sure. From all of the kind of reading and research you've done, the life that you've lived, the different places you've been, post-military, which we'll get into, do you find yourself leaning more towards a desire for the U.S. to take a more isolationist stance towards the entire globe, or what are your thoughts?
Yes, to an extent. I like that analogy, actually. That's actually a good one. I would twist it a little bit. If you walk past that bar and you go into that bar and the bartender says you owe me $5 for the beer, and you say, no, I'm going to pay you $1 for it, and he says no, and then we get involved so we can get that beer for $1, I think is more of a realistic scenario than.
Because there's always money involved.
There's always money involved. This has always been about. I think one of the most influential books that I read was Smedley Butler's War Was a Racket. That hit hard. That guy's background was just, it was insane. One of the most decorated, military members in history. And he was speaking out about it like 100 years ago. And to have that perspective, and again, I had that way later on. Just to use that same example with Mohammed Mossadegh, we were on good terms with them. They literally wanted the exact same thing. But he literally wanted freedom from England, from the UK. He didn't want anything to do. We want the same thing that you do. Ho Chi Minh literally did the exact same thing. We want the same. We want liberation from France. We want the same thing. They came to the U.S. first, but our interests from the corporations that are the ones that are profiting from all this said no. And I think that was the big, right now, if you can think about, let's say it changed up in 1953, instead of, causing what we did, let's say we didn't work with them, we would have one of the largest oil producers on our side in the Middle East. You know what I mean?
Mm.
I mean...
Yeah, even if you go strictly off of long game economic and financial strategy, it's still a bad idea, the way we've handled so many things, which is frustrating. I am curious on the isolationist to a certain extent. And again, I don't disagree with that. I don't think you can do nothing in every case. I would love to hear your perspective on what is the benchmark for, or the gatekeeping, the checklist to say, okay, yes, now we are involved. Is it past or only just an existential threat to the United States, or do you get involved in other things? Like, what would an example be?
If I had to pick something in history to get involved with, I think something along the lines of, because we are the superpower. It's just, we are the superpower. Yes, there are other superpowers, China, Russia-ish, but I mean, we are at the top. So we still maintain a lot of influence. We still should be vigilant to all global situations, by all means. But unless we were literally asked to be out there by that country for assistance, and we don't stay there, like I don't have any other way of describing it, but like informal colonization, where we have military bases there, right? And no, we don't have like settlements that are being established there, but we do have a presence there. And we get a lot out of it. So every country that we have a military installation on, we are profiting off of, right? So the only way I can really, informal colonization is the best term that I can use. And again, I don't find the necessity for that. The bases that we had after World War II were basically like requested by those countries, from what I understand, and I might be wrong, but everything I've read, there was by request, kind of like start of the NATO, to make sure something like that didn't happen again. But to kind of strong arm these countries, into that, I think we shouldn't. But something along that lines, where if something is brewing up, something of that sense is spilling out past those borders, or something is just absolutely grotesque, like the Rwanda. I honestly think that we should have, if we had the same mentality of going into, or the same explanation of going into Somalia, because the way it was explained was that Mohammed Farah Aidid was that warlord that was just slaughtering people, and we went in there almost like a humanitarian mission, right? To help those people. What they failed to mention was BP and Exxon and Mobil that had refineries out there, and they're trying to do offshore drilling from, the last person that we put in power in Somalia, and he got taken over by Mohammed Farah Aidid. It's kind of always left out, But there's always like something in there where corporations are there to profit off of it. Are these good people? No, I'm not saying they are. Should they be, taken out? Yeah, but if we're going to do it, let's do it for the right reason, and then leave. Let them handle their own business. It's their country. We don't need to, stay and putting our thumb on them, constantly, or put a dictator that, allows us to have better trade. I am just, go in there, and let's use negotiation. Let's not strong arm everybody, because that's just going to develop, the first chance that somebody has a way to fight back, they're going to. Yeah. So I think negotiation is definitely something that should be used a lot more than military presence and power. But it's become kind of like our way of doing things.
Yeah.
And I don't I don't agree with the game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's complex for sure, because it's never that simple as there's a bad guy and a good guy, and we're just going to go help the good guy.
Well, World War II, who were the good guys?
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, even there, there's so many different sides too, and so along that same philosophy, if we now look at the two biggest things going on globally that we have involvement in, from a not boots on the ground, but a support far beyond just, hey, we're rooting for you, is the Israel-Gaza situation, as well as Ukraine and Russia.
Mm-hmm. So
your perspective on both of those places, in that same vein of, do we have any business? Because, I mean, from my understanding, both Ukraine and Israel have asked for our help.
Yes.
Does it qualify or satisfy any type of existential threat on us? Because to me, that is important. Because countries request our help all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's how do you decide this is a big enough catastrophe from a human race standpoint?
Yes.
They're asking for our help, and there's some sort of existential threat if we do nothing. Like, to me, those three things generally need to be a yes. Now, the existential thing, I think, could be negotiated out or considered as not necessary if the other two are severe enough. Take World War II as an example, or Darfur. I mean, there's a lot of other examples, I think, that from a genocidal travesty standpoint are on par with the Holocaust. Maybe not quite as many numbers, but in terms of, I mean, hundreds of thousands or even millions of people in some of these cases, and the atrocities with which they're being eliminated are every bit as terrible. So kicking it back to you in that same kind of thought process, should we have any involvement in either of those places using that same metric of logic?
So Russia, Ukraine, I think are polar opposite than what's going on with Israel. Ukraine has a standing military, has an air force, has infantry divisions, tanks, drones. They're armed, right? I've only read one book on what's going on with that, and to be honest with you, I don't know enough to be speaking on one side or the other. I do know that the deals that we made, I've seen the one side where, we what was it? I forgot the treaty, but the meeting that happened. Basically, the Russia, after the Soviet Union collapsed, they're saying don't expand NATO eastward, and we're not going to have any problems. And we just kept moving, and so, and then once we, pushed our way through constantly, more and more, NATO countries started joining up. It started feeling like a threat to Russia, which is understandable. I'm not taking Russia's side. I'm just trying to look at it from that perspective of what are they going through. If we had Soviet bases, or Soviet allies, like say Canada and Mexico became Russian allies, right? And they had military bases there on our borders. I can see, that we would feel threatened. So I just try to put myself in that same situation. But I know people that were in Ukraine, and I talked to them and getting their perspective of it from boots on the ground. And the one thing that I don't have, though, is the Russian perspective. So I've spoken to a lot of Ukrainians, and I understand their point, and it's very valid. They did invade. I don't know the other side yet. And the book that I read was kind of like a general overview of everything. And there's not... It's tricky because I don't feel I know enough in order to speak on it.
Well, I think in that same vein, and I appreciate you saying that, is that I'm not saying that even understanding the Russian side is not important, because of course it is. I look at it more from a, it's impossible to know it, right? Just like it's, even if we've been to Ukraine and we're allied with them and, whatever, like you still don't completely understand their side of it either. I mean, yes, you can see what's going on and try to be as objective as possible, but I don't think it's that possible. So I look at it more from our perspective as a collective society. Does it make sense for us to have involvement there? To me, it doesn't. Just from this, because to me, if the justification, at least from everything I've seen, and I'll be the first to admit, like, it's not like I've paid attention to every article that's been written on it, and I haven't done this huge deep dive, but I still look at it as that, if the justification is, well, Russia is an enemy of ours, which I don't know why they are at this point. Like, that's a whole nother discussion. I think, to me, we should have a goal of them not being anybody's enemy. I mean, ideally, nobody is anybody's enemy, and I know that that's not realistic. But to me, like, at least look at it from trying to accomplish like, why are we even at odds here? Not just because they're another nuclear superpower and maybe they have different opinions than ours. I don't think that constitutes declaring somebody an enemy. But more importantly is that, if they take over all of Ukraine, then it's going to turn into World War II, replace Hitler with Putin, and now they're going to sweep through all of Europe. To me, like, I don't think those are the same things, and now to be, I guess, fair or understanding that concern is that, there's a lot of historical muddiness between Russia and Ukraine and all of the Eastern Bloc countries that used to be part of Russia that we're not as aware of as I think we are. And so to use that same example of saying, well, Putin is going to turn into Hitler, is that if he tried to go beyond Ukraine, then I would say, yes, now this is a problem. Yes. If he doesn't, and this is contested land that, historically has been part of Russia and it's not, and whatever, I think we should stay the fuck out of it.
With the amount of knowledge that I have right now, I agree. They're not part of NATO, and unless they cross that line, I don't think we should be involved. And I know that sounds crass, and that's.
I think it's a tough decision you have to make, though.
I don't feel that there's enough there for us to justify the amount of spending that we've been in there.
Yeah.
And again, I know I'm going to get shit for this, because I know a lot of people that were in Ukraine that weren't even Ukrainian, and so it's understanding it from like a different perspective, and the stories that they were saying, it's just, man, fucking brutal. You know what I mean? And I hate hearing about this, and I hate hearing about civilians, and I think I see your perspective on it and actually agree on that. As much as it sucks, if it does extend past that, yes, we get involved. But constantly getting involved in things that are not, that I can't say like don't involve us, because it kind of does, but it's like a certain percentage, I guess, But again, I have to go back to, as far as I know, my limited amount of knowledge from that, if it crossed that line into any of our allies in NATO, then yes, like in a heartbeat, absolutely.
Well, I think and to you're going to catch shit for this. I can assure you, we're both going to catch shit no matter what you say. Because you didn't say enough on one side, or you said, it doesn't matter what you say. There's going to be people that think you're an asshole for it. But to me, what I don't like is the disingenuous stance on, my perspective on saying I don't think we should involve ourselves in Russia and Ukraine. Is that by default means, oh, so you're okay with Russia slaughtering Ukrainian civilians? No, I'm not. To me, it's the same ridiculous argument of like, if I say I'm not going to have a position on abortion because it's not my fucking business. Oh, so you're okay with people murdering children? No. what I'm saying is that that's your fucking deal, and I'm going to stay out of it.
Yeah.
You know, and to me, like I view it that same way, because the inconsistency of saying these atrocities that are taking place in Ukraine, we have to get involved. It's like, what about North Korea? What about almost all of sub-Saharan Africa? What about Iran? What about the Taliban that now is doing all of the same shit that they were doing before we got involved, that we are now allowing them to do by pulling out of there? Like, there are so many other examples that you could just as easily justify involvement in if that is your metric for getting involved. Again, it doesn't mean that I'm okay with any of that happening. It's to our question that we asked ourselves, you know, an hour ago, is was it worth it? Because we would be having to ask that same question the second we put people on the ground. Even the level of financial, military, and weapons support can come a point where now we're putting our citizens in danger by supporting the opponent of somebody like Russia to a degree with which now they consider it an act of war. And now we're in that same boat as was it worth it? And to me, the answer is no in every one of those cases. Neither of us have been to Ukraine, so you know we have our opinions, and it sounds like we agree on them. That's not the same case with Israel and Gaza, though. You've been there, correct? And I know you've done some interviews where you've had some pretty overt opinions on what you've seen there and your perspective on it. So I'd love to dive in there. I'll be the first to admit I've not been to either place, so I have the same limit in terms of scope of perspective that I do on Ukraine and Russia as far as that goes, but I'd love to hear your take on it.
So, the thing for me is I had a general understanding of what's going on. I never was really that much of a fan of Israel, but I wasn't outspoken or against them either, until after what happened in October. So the one thing that stood out to me was that I kept hearing an unprovoked attack, and I was like, wait a minute, there's no. Every news station, they kept repeating the same thing, unprovoked, unprovoked. I was like, no, that's been there's something off there. And so right away I started kind of like diving into it, started reading more on it, and I was like, the more I started finding out, I was like, holy fuck, like how could I have been like so blind to this, And I think that was probably like one of the most shameful moments I'd ever had in my life, was like not understanding something like that to that degree. Again, my whole motto was, to free the oppressed, and we have been, supporting the oppressor for, since its inception, maybe even before that, by not getting involved. And I think it's the amount of atrocities that have been committed by Israel since even before its inception, even before 1948. Now, that topic I've read 14, 15 books on that, mostly from Israeli authors too.
Is there one that stands out as being the most, the most effective display of what you're talking about that you can mention?
So I read Benny Morris is an Israeli historian, and that's where I got a lot of from the early the 1940s and so forth, and the tactics that were used then, and that kind of led me through the rabbit hole. But there's another book called The Unspoken Alliance, which was just threw me out for. It was basically an alliance between Israel and apartheid South Africa, and the business dealings that they were doing within. So John Vorster was the prime minister of the apartheid South Africa during that time frame, and he was an avowed Nazi supporter. I mean, there was no doubt. He was very vocal about that. And Israel was doing up to $400 million a year in arms trade, even during it was an embargo, an arms embargo that they were breaking by supplying them with weapons. And the fact that they actually invited him to Israel, I mean, that really sent me down more of a rabbit hole. I think that was like the second book or third book that I read on it. And then starting to find out more about the history of it. And then I started going back, like, I love history for one, and of course I love like military tactics and just military history. So like so the Zionist movement that came from Europe was a political ideology. It's not. So there's a very it's very important to separate between Jewish as an ethnicity, Judaism as the religion, and then Zionism itself. And what the Zionists use as a cover is Judaism, because a lot of Zionists and a lot of Jews, they're talking like ethnically, so you can be a Jew from Poland, as your family, your ethnicity is Jewish, but you could be atheist. And the founder of modern day Zionism, Theodor Herzl, was actually an atheist as well. But it was a colonization project. It was something that was, so I even have it on my phone, Judenstaat, the Jewish state, was, and there was if they used the excuse of, the Jerusalem is the Holy Land, and we can use the theological right that will give us basically the green light to be able to go and colonize, Jerusalem, in Palestine. And so the actual migration started as early as 1882, and about like 30,000 Jews from Russia started migrating down to Palestine between 1882 and 1903. One of those people was Ben Gurion. Another one was Jabotinsky. And Ben Gurion started the Haganah, and he was in charge of the Jewish Agency at the time, which developed in Jewish Agency later on, but the first establishment was the Haganah. And he aligned himself with the British. And keep in mind that in 1903, it was still under Ottoman Empire, right? So for people to say, like, the Ottoman Empire was, they didn't allow Jews or anything, there's always been Palestinian Jews, Arab Jews in that region. There have always been Christians down there, and there have always been Muslims down there. And they have gone around in general peace and harmony for millennia, right? And I'm not denying that there aren't Jews that have been there, but they were like 6%. And the fact being that these Russian Jews, Polish Jews, and they're, you hear the excuses like, oh, the Holocaust, we got to make sure it doesn't happen. This started way before that, long before that, in the late 19th century. And
when you say this started, you mean
the migration down, the colonization,
okay.
The project for the Zionist colonization to come down to colonize in Palestine. And so the Haganah was created, and this is kind of like a brief history on like the IDF formation on that. And then the Haganah was the first one that was established. And it was more of like a paramilitary that was used there to protect farmers, and any type of scuffle that would come, they wouldn't trust the British because this was talking like after the Ottoman Empire collapsed. But the Ottoman Empire actually collapsed. In Germany and France, during World War I, they weren't making much progress. I mean, trench warfare, 10 feet at a time, losing thousands. They weren't doing well. What the catalyst was the fall of the Ottoman Empire. Once the Ottoman Empire, fell, like 2 weeks later, it was, the end of World War I. But the British, the Sykes-Picot Agreement, they started carving up territory before it was even over. They kind of like, hey, we got this. You're gonna be our spoils of war. And once you kind of like fast forward into that, they already started migrating down, and there were already kind of an issue because 30,000, initially, and then more and more started coming down. So when the British took over after the end of World War I, and keep in mind that it was the Arab tribes that were the catalyst to defeating the Ottoman Empire. So it was the Arabs that actually won it for them, because once the Ottoman Empire fell, World War I did it. And so as more of them started coming down, and keep in mind these are Europeans coming down to the Middle East, right? These are Poles and Russians and so forth. And again, the Arab Palestinian or Arab Jews that were already there, they were the ones that actually even got pushed out as well, because they needed more Jews so they could have the Jewish supremacy, and they didn't have the numbers at the time. So if you talk about I think the most of it, in 1932 is when Hitler got elected, and anti-Semitism started really spiking, right? And not to say that there wasn't anti-Semitism before that, and they didn't have rough life. It was, they've been mistreated all over the world, especially in Europe. Pogroms started back in 1096. So I'm not denying that whatsoever. But you can't take over someone else's, someone else's culture and land in thinking there's not going to be any problem with that. So 1932, everything started kind of happening in Germany. Whereas anti-Semitism started spiking up. 1933 was the what's it called? The Havar Agreement, excuse me. The Havar Agreement that was made between Hitler and the Zionist Jews, that they could actually keep half of their wealth if they invested the other half in German goods. And they allowed them to migrate down. So 33,000 more that migrated between 1933 to 1938 or 39, one of the two. Now with that, there was a major imbalance because, especially so Ben Gurion was the one that started the leader of the Haganah, Jabotinsky, came from the Russians. He was Russian, came down. He actually was far more of an extremist than Ben Gurion was. He actually labeled himself as terrorist. That was one of those things where he's like, yeah, we need to eliminate them entirely. We can't take this moderate approach of, trying to, outsmart them and, buy them out. We need to kill them all and just take over.
Who was this that said that?
Jabotinsky. Okay. He was the person that started the Irgun. And then you had another Pole that came down, Stern, that started the Lehi, right? Which is another Zionist terrorist group. And those were the three main ones. You had subcategory paramilitaries under there, smaller ones, but pretty much those were the three big ones. So after that, but the thing is that things didn't start after Israel was, or during World War II. You had these terrorist attacks that were happening during that time frame between 1940. SS Patria was a Jewish refugee that had been escaping from Germany, and believe it or not, they were going to the U.S. The U.S. kicked them out. They're like, no, we're not taking you, because people thought that they were spies for the Germans, and they were going to just, they're going to be terrorists in the U.S. Not just ignorance on this one, because again, the refugees that were escaping, the Nazi Germany, they were just trying to get out. And then they went from, to UK, the UK saying, no, we're not taking it. U.S. is not taking them. So they went to Cyprus and then into Palestine. But there was a very high influx of people. And in 1939, the White Paper Agreement was stopping immigration in from the Jews from Europe to 75,000 within the next 5 years, right? So because they were just hemorrhaging outside of Europe and into the Middle East. So the SS Patria was a refugee ship. It had like 1,900 refugees. Most of them, I think all of them were actually from escaping Nazi Germany. And the idea was to stop the ship from leaving because, again, the Zionist movement needed numbers. It was like there's numbers game. They needed to have a Jewish majority so they could have the supremacy. And so the Zionists that were already there, they needed to maintain that and grow it. And so anyone that left was going to weaken their the possibilities of doing that. So the SS Patria, the Haganah, decided we're going to put a bomb on it, and therefore it's going to be, incapacitated. They can't leave, and so they'll be forced to stay. Right? Well, this is actually your expertise. So wouldn't it be better to like destroy the rotor or disable the engine, anything like that? If you've got people on board, you know what I mean? Wouldn't it be better instead of blowing up the hull and the entire ship went down in 16 minutes? 267 Jews were killed. There was, I think, like 40-something British and Arabs that got killed along that.
Do you know what the goal in doing that was? Was it
just to keep them? To keep them. The Zionists wanted to make sure that they stayed there, right? Because they needed the numbers. And the more Jews, the faster they could have the majority.
So what would the benefit be in blowing it up then? If
they wanted them to stay.
Right, but if they're dead, they can't stay, right? I mean,
I know, exactly. And so wouldn't it have been better to like disable it somehow? But again, their rationale, and this is actually, I got this information from the Jewish Virtual Library, because they considered them freedom fighters, and their position on this, they're trying to, they're like, it was an accident, we put too much explosives on there, we're just trying to disable it, but that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the whole thing's counterintuitive because if you value the people on board and you want them to stay, blowing it up makes even less sense.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, there's nothing that I can think of that would rationalize doing that across the board.
Yeah.
To me, it's confusing.
Very. And it gets more confusing later on, too, because the Holocaust didn't actually, the death camps, concentration camps didn't start until I think 1941 or early 42, and even at that time frame, it wasn't until, like for example, the first camps were coming, they were shifting the Poles into Treblinka, right? And that was like their concentration camp, but they said, hey, we're just going to move over here. And then it wasn't anything like a concentration and death camp. They just said, we're just moving here, and you guys can start over new here, and we're just going to move you out. Because, again, the German mentality, the Nazi mentality was we just want to get rid of them. One way or another, we're just getting them out of the country. And so if we can put them on a train and get them off of there, that's fine. But there ended up being concentration camps and death camps instead. But the death camp started a little bit later after the concentration camps. And so they... Again, I'm not excusing, one side or the other. I'm just trying to say, like, you make up your own decision on that. But so 1940, but then you had it didn't stop there. So you had these constant skirmishes. You had these organizations that were putting like landmines into like these populated areas in Palestine. Because they were trying to eliminate the native population that was there. Assassinations, bombings. July 22nd, 1946, the King David Hotel bombing. Earlier that year, there was a British raid because it was a British mandate, and they did a raid on the Zionist camps and arrested like thousands of people. And they had like unequivocal proof that the Haganah was doing terrorist actions, and they stored it in the south wing of the King David Hotel, which was like an admin area, which had a lot of the Brits that were there, and the intelligence that was there. And so they're hiding that in there, storing it and hiding it. And so they went in, dressed as Arabs, and carried out the milk canisters, right, that were full of explosives in the south wing of the King David Hotel, and blew up. It was the first, unless you want to count the SS Patria, but I think that was more of the modern day terrorism. The first terrorism in the Middle East was actually the King David Hotel. And again, if they're considered freedom fighters under the Jewish Virgil Library, but here's the catch on that. If you say they're freedom fighters, why would you dress up as Arabs? You know what I mean? Or why would you try to blame somebody else if it was you're trying to, be the resistance on it, right? So take credit for it. Go in there. It's not like Jews didn't exist there. It's not like, there was Jews in the King David Hotel. So why dress up as Arabs to go in there? So, and it didn't stop after that. There was the Haifa bombings, and the oil refineries. They threw grenades at the workers that were there. There was in January 12th, 1947, they bombed the embassy in Rome. The basement in Rome. No one got killed, but there was a lot of structural damage. But it was fear. It was exported fear. And these groups, they have a long history. The Haganah, the Irgun, and Lehi. They killed Lord Moy. I think it was one of the British foreign ministers. They assassinated him, and there was there's you can go into like 1946, and then not including all the things that was happening to the Palestinians, like Deir Yassin massacre. They were going. This was like in 1948, after or just before the establishment of Israel, or just right after, one of the two. They went in with like machetes to that town and just started slaughtering people. And the idea was to instill so much fear that they would leave on their own, make things easier for them, and that's what they wanted. But I'm talking like just one village after another, Tantura. Even before, like in Haifa, the population that was there, got drastically eliminated. So you have these constant, Volker Bernadette. This is an interesting one. So Volker Bernadette was a Swedish diplomat and soldier that ran the white buses, and he negotiated the release of like 32,000 people from the death camps. Negotiated with Himmler and got them released. A third of those were Jews. They got them out of the Holocaust. Just keep this in perspective, though. Oskar Schindler, the German industrialist, he saved like 1,200 Jews. He's honored and rightfully so, by all means. That's just an amazing feat that he did. But this man saved 13,000 of them. You know what I mean? And he also was the first negotiator for the UN. And he was saying that, the fact that the Jews only had about 24%, I think, or 26% of the population, but they're getting 55% of the land, it's completely wrong. We're doing a complete injustice to them. So he advocated for the right of return. He drew out the partition map for the UN. And 2 days later, after he announced that, he had the Lehi that was led by Shamir, and they assassinated him. Now, they also arrested them, the party that was involved, and he was tried as a terrorist. And they actually said that it's a terrorist act, and it got condemned by the newly formed. The UN was like, I think, only 57 nations at the time, but they even convicted him as terrorist. But then they had like a amnesty in 1949 where they forgave everyone that did things after. So even the assassination of diplomats, the assassination of foreign ministers and so forth, they all were forgiven. They got amnesty, and that guy ended up being prime minister from like 1982, 1983, and then again from like 1985 to 1992. So, I mean, but it didn't end then, in 1948, and they attacked bombings. They did bombings in Austria, Switzerland,
You're
in
saying
London.
the three groups that you've mentioned.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But after that's up to 1948. In 1948, they combined to create the IDF.
Okay. So all of the examples that you've just given is to say what?
That Israel's a terrorist state.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
It was established as a terrorist state. It is currently still doing the exact same things it was doing. It's an apartheid state.
My curiosity is the deep dive that you've taken into this stems from your experience there, or did your desire for understanding at a deeper level stem from somewhere other than that or before that?
I didn't want to get caught with my pants down defending the wrong people. And so I wanted to make sure I knew what I was talking about. So that's why I started like really diving in. And again, I wanted to understand, I started reading more like Elian Pape, who's Israeli, Benny Morris, an Israeli historian. I wanted to understand, but I wanted also to make sure that I had like, know the facts about what happened. And if I get these facts and they're absolutely, and you start understanding the atrocities coming from an Israeli historian, there really isn't any question about it, right? Because I know the Palestinian side, they have been saying this for a very long time. But to have like Israeli historians that go along and say, yes, this is what happened, I mean, there really isn't anymore. It's pretty cut and dry.
On the wanting to defend the right side, but does that stem from you being there in country?
It was reinforced being there.
Okay.
Like greatly reinforced.
So your thoughts on that existed prior to going there?
Yes, but they were magnified greatly when I got there.
Okay. And when were you there?
I went there last year I was there for 2 months. May to July.
Can you say in what capacity?
So initially I went there, so there was there was another guy a friend of mine that was with 10th Group, and he worked for a company that was providing security for surgeons that were going into Ukraine. And they do that all over the world, in Africa and Ukraine, anytime a conflict zone. Basically it's security for the surgeons that are going to medical
like
staff.
a Doctors Without Borders kind of thing?
Yes. And so I got on the phone with them, we started talking, and they're like, we don't have funding for it. And I said, I'll volunteer. I got no problem with that. I'll go down there. And basically I told them, I can go from this time frame, and I'll stage out at the West Bank. So if something happens, we have an opening, let me know. I'll be the team leader that goes out there, and no problem.
Are the surgeons supporting anybody who needs surgery, or are they supporting a side?
Oh no, because Gaza, all the Palestinians on that side, because they're walled in. So
So these doctors are going over to help
Palestinians.
Palestinian civilians or citizens rather, and you and your team's job is to protect them and keep them safe.
Yes.
Okay.
So the time that I had in the West Bank, though, and keep in mind, the West Bank is Gaza's tenfold worse, by all means. But my experience in the West Bank, I had a weapon drawn on me 9 times in 2 months, all by Israelis. The weird thing is that everyone's like, man, don't go. And these are good friends of mine saying, they're gonna. You're going to be a target. You're going to get kidnapped, and the only threat that I had was Israelis. Literally, every time, I never felt threatened by any of the Palestinians, ever. Matter of fact, it was just the opposite. I never met more welcoming people, genuine good people than I have my time there. I had to add like 15, 20 minutes to everywhere I walked. Like if I had to be somewhere at a certain time, because there would be somebody that would stop me, because I don't blend there. They would stop me to have coffee with them. Some guy at a cafe or some guy, and it's a carpenter or something. Hey, come, have coffee, come. What are you from? Oh, I'm American. And I'm like, oh, okay, America, okay. And the key thing is that they always invited me first, sit down, have coffee, and then they asked me where I was from. It's very important, right? Because if they asked me where I was from, I told American, let's say I was a settler, right? Well, the invite's already there. You know what I mean? I would have came over anyway.
Do you mean by settler a Jewish settler?
Yes,
Yeah.
like a Zionist settler that's out there. But they asked that after they invited me, right? But they don't know what my intentions are there. Nobody did.
So in these exchanges and interactions, can you color some context around, like, are you walking on the street alone? Are you with doctors? Are you?
Nope, there was no doctors there. That was the thing. They were all in Gaza, so I was by myself. Didn't have any weapon systems on me, nothing. I was pretty much just a tourist.
For 2 months?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess the initial goal was to go provide security for them,
Yeah.
but then once you got there, you didn't do it?
No, I never got the call.
So it was like a in standby capacity where you're supposed
I
to
was just
hang,
staging out of the West Bank.
and they'll call you if they need
Yeah.
it, kind of thing.
And I was like, this is my window of opportunity if I can do this. And basically we're doing like 2-week rotations.
Okay.
And so I was like, I have this much time, like about 10 weeks that I can dedicate to this, and I'll be there. So please let me know.
Okay. And forgive my ignorance on it. West Bank, in terms of where it's at in relation to Gaza and Israel, and just if you have the knowledge to ballpark the population breakdown, generally speaking.
So I was in Hebron, which is kind of more like the center south of it. So the West Bank is here, and Gaza is on the coast, on the west, on the coast of the, on the west of it, and the West Bank's on the east. The Palestinian population of Hebron is actually pretty substantial. I think they were telling me it was like 800,000 in Hebron. It was the largest, most busy city that they have there. Very conservative too, and that was the other thing I was kind of surprised about, because I never hid. I'm not religious at all, and I mean especially that area is very conservative Muslim. But even I told them, I'm like, no religion for me. It's not my thing. They're like, okay, and left it at that. It wasn't anything, or I'm infidel and they're going to kill me for it. And it was just curiosity, more than anything else. Just asking, like, yeah, what brought you to that? As I tell them, I grew up, my father being Muslim and my mother being Christian, and my aunt was Jewish and my uncle was Muslim, and so I had, all these different, religions and backgrounds in my family. I grew up with it. It just wasn't something for me. And so when it came to that, the religion topic, I told them, exactly where I stood, and it didn't offend anybody. It was, which was odd, because that was, people saying, don't tell them that, it's going to offend them and piss them off and get mad and something bad's going to happen. And it wasn't anything like that.
Yeah. In Hebron, you said there's 800,000 Palestinians.
Yeah.
Is that the majority of the population is Palestinian in Hebron, or?
It's also where the largest settlements are too. So it's supposed to be like Palestinian run, but you have police checkpoints everywhere. There's gates into the city, out of the city. There's times where we were going from Beit Omar to back into Hebron. The gates were locked. We had to stay somewhere else overnight. I mean, it's literally full-on military occupation, like, and just constant. And
So I guess I'm curious. I mean, are there as many Jewish citizens there as there are Palestinian, or are there more Palestinian?
there's only, and this is very important. I'm glad you asked that. The only Jews that the Palestinians see in the West Bank and where they're at is the illegal settlers, the IDF, and the police force.
Do you know about
That's
how
it.
many people that is? Like
I couldn't tell you. to be
tens of
honest with you.
thousands or
Thousands for sure.
yeah, maybe not tens of thousands.
No, there could be.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But it's realistic to ascertain that there are far more Palestinians in Hebron than Israeli Jews.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But they still control it.
Yeah. Okay.
And this is one of the, so there's broken down to like area B, A, B, and C. And there's signs out there that, big red signs like saying, this is Palestinian territory, and Jewish citizens are not allowed. Enter your own risk by possible death or whatever it is. And I mean, you have people that are literally thinking, and they tell that to people that. I think I was watching like a couple of days ago. Charlie Kirk did a tour, and he's saying, "Oh, the Palestinian side's over there, and if you go over there, the Palestinians are going to cut your heads off." You know what I mean? And I think that's one of the things about the apartheid wall that's there, and it is a wall. It's not a fence. Just be clear about that. I know that people that have been on before and people that are speaking about it, they keep calling it a fence. It's not a fence. It's a fucking 8-meter wall, and it's 24 feet tall. It's just like the ones we had in Iraq. You know what I mean? The Texas barriers, all the way up, and it goes all the way around for miles and miles and miles. I think one of the biggest things about that is the psychological factor that they don't want people interacting. If you and I have a problem and we never speak about it, that problem is always going to persist, right? But if we actually talk about it, like, hey man, why are you being such a fucking asshole to me? He's like, what are you talking about? What am I doing? Well, you're doing this and this. I was like, I'm not doing this. Well, what's going on then? And then all of a sudden that dialogue starts, and we start talking about it. And before you know it, you can have, resolution. Reasonable people, equally informed, rarely disagree. I've been a big believer in that. And I think that even on the Israeli side, there is that opportunity, if they spoke to Palestinians, that they would know that they're not, these savage killers, that they only want to kill them because they're Jewish, because that's utter bullshit. I can't stand hearing that. And you're like, oh, just because we're Jewish or just because of this. No, it's because you have constant fucking Israeli, Zionist settlers that are coming in, and they've been doing this since they got there, displacing them and raiding the homes and burning them and setting the fields on fire, setting the cars on fire and dispossessing them of their home and evicting them. I mean, that's the constant thing. This is the one thing that is always left out in these conversations, and they're always avoided when you talk about the illegal settlements. Because if you want to talk about the real problem about it, you want that peace, stop having those fucking illegal settlements. How about that? How about we stop that? You want peace? Stop doing that shit.
Is it accurate to say or to paint the picture of having been in Iraq, and when you describe Hebron when you were there, again, having not been there, the visualization that it makes me have is similar to when we were in Iraq, where very small percentage of the population of pick an Iraqi town are American soldiers. Checkpoints all over the place.
Yeah.
Breaking people's doors down, raiding their homes. Like, does it, when you were there, did it feel very similar to that? No.
So the main thing, let's say, and I know you got experience, you hit the wrong house, right? We pay for the door. Sorry, my bad. And the thing is, we have made mistakes. We did hit the wrong house. We did pay for the doors, pay for the damage. There was actually a couple of times we sit there having shy with the people saying, so sorry about this. We're just waiting for, a call, we're gonna head out. We had that mistake. I even have some pictures from that. We're literally like in full gear. And I mean, these are pipe hitters from the SIF, that are like, they're not very friendly looking, but there's a lady literally like passing out tea, you know what I mean? Like, it's okay, I understand my mistake. There's just the opposite. They will raid the wrong house, or the house, to make sure that they actually don't have any problems with. Just kind of set a standard, raid them, take them out, just to kind of make sure that they're always in fear.
I guess I mean more just from the way that it's structured, like the overall vibe of overwhelming majority of the population are Palestinian. You have this very militarized feeling force that's in the minority by a significant part, and largely controlling the population. It's similar in that way. Would that be inaccurate?
But we didn't have armed legal settlers, American settlers that were there.
Okay.
That's
So
one of
that's
the
the big
key
distinction.
things, because there's three forces that were out there. There's the armed illegal settlers that are out there, and they're all armed. You have the police force that's out there, and then you have the IDF, the actual military that's there. So all three of those are playing a role in that. And all three of those are constantly pushing, and pressing the boot on their neck. The big thing is that, again, let's say we take out the settlements, right, and the illegal settlers and them causing violence and being supported by the IDF, and we just had military occupation. That would be drastically different. That truly would. But the thing is that those illegal settlers would come in and shoot up a house, set it on fire, and then if you do anything against it, now you're a terrorist. And the IDF supports the settlers. The police come in, and they're not concerned about the Palestinians. They're concerned about the Israelis. That's it. That's all they care about. So there was a case 2 weeks ago. There was a settler that shot a guy, killed him, supported by the IDF. 2 weeks later, he's back out there. He's terrorizing them again. So it's because the Palestinians under military law, and the Israelis, the settlers that are, again, armed out there, are under civilian law, Israeli civilian law.
Yeah. For me, one of the difficult things to help shape my opinion and perspective, because I've not been there. I'm not Jewish. I'm not Palestinian.
Me neither.
So it's, well, you've been there though. I mean, that's a big difference than me. But is the context of illegal settlers versus this is our, one side is saying this is our land, the other side says this is our land. To the point about, when people disagree on something, being uninformed, not willing to talk about it, I agree 100%. Where I struggle with trying to, I wouldn't even say pick a side, but even just understand both sides, is that, to me, that's kind of I would say the crux of where the problem stems from, is that both sides feel equally passionate that they're entitled to that piece of property.
Except one's been living there for hundreds of years, and
Well,
someone from Poland comes out there and says 2,000 years ago. So at what point in time is a theological argument actually valid for dispossessing someone's home?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I don't know that there's a right answer to that, because it's like...
Well, there is.
You think, what do you think it is?
Yeah. Okay. How long, you from Texas?
No,
Oh, where are you from?
Iowa.
Oh, shit. How many generations?
In Iowa?
Yeah.
3.
Okay, perfect. So let's say let's just say Texas right now, right? Yeah, we can make it easier. You've been in the same house 3 generations. And I'm going to throw this one out there because it's going to make it even more a little bit tricky. You have Mexicans that come knock on your door. And it's just for the scenario, they are much more armed than you are. And you're not. They knock on your door and say, you know what? This land used to belong to us 300 years ago, 400 years ago, whatever it is. In their case, it's 2,000, 3,000 years ago. And they're from fucking, Mexico or Canada or whatever. And they come in and get out. And you're like, dude, fuck off. I'm not going anywhere. And so you don't go anywhere. And you decide, you know what? I'm just going to talk to the sheriff. So you go talk to the sheriff and like, hey, this guy's trying to kick me out of the house. And he said that, his fucking whatever great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather said he used to live here, fucking 1,000 years ago, whatever it is. And so the sheriff goes over there and says, hey, you can't be here. So they shoot him. Now what? So they come back and say, get the fuck out. So you decide, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going to fight back. Now you're a terrorist. It is that simple. Because of a lot of settlers coming in from, like, even the U.S. Baruch Goldstein in 1992 in Hebron at the Al Ibrahimi Mosque, went in there and decided, with an American M16, decided, and during Ramadan, while they're praying, to slaughter them. It's like 27 people that got killed, another 100 that got injured or something like that, because he hated them, right? And this was our land. So he decided to just do that. And the worst part was what happened after. Like that's bad enough. But there's a major market that's out there. They shut that down 6 months. Then after that, they said, we're adding more checkpoints. And then we're going to take half of Ali Ibrahimi Mosque, which is the third oldest mosque in the world. So it's something that's very dear. And like I said, it's a very conservative town. They're very religious. But we're going to take over 55% of that mosque. Why? Because that fucking psycho settler went in there and shot up all those Palestinians. So we're getting punished for it. More security checkpoints. More, you're taking over half of the mosque. You know what I mean? And so how does that make any sense?
Yeah, well, so I mean, the example you give seems pretty clear cut, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if I put myself in the exact scenario that you just painted, yeah, it's a very obvious answer, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I would ask, as another example that, at least in my opinion, seems like more of a parallel than the example you just gave, would be Native Americans here in the United States versus how we live now, because there are, number one, the entire land mass that is now the United States of America was completely inhabited, although far more sparsely, but
Sure.
there were no European white settlers, on this, maybe even continent, but especially what we would consider the continental United States right now. So, European Americans come here, essentially do what we're talking about, right? Take over the land. There's some, if you want to call it sympathetic, perspectives on the Euro settler toward the Native American people,
Sure.
But generally speaking, not so much. So I guess using that same framework as a who's right and who's wrong is, here in the United States, you still have Native Americans that lineage-wise still
Sure.
come down from the people that were here and if you want to say their land, which would be hard to argue against that.
Yeah.
Still fall into that category. Now saying, hey, by the way, you're on our shit, beat it.
Yeah.
Like to me, that seems like a better parallel, because you're talking about like an entire society, even though.
But you're missing the theological part.
What's that? No, I'm not even disagreeing with you. I'm just saying to use that same analogy. I'm not
Sure.
saying that they would be right or wrong in doing
Yeah.
that. I'm just saying if you apply that same logic, how would you frame the United States?
I don't think it was fucking wrong we did that. I mean, it was a genocide as well. There was like, I think up to like 10 million, Native Americans that were killed. And if I was there, I would be condemning that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, to me to say we, I think starts the existence of that problem is to say we, as in you and I, because we have European heritage that
Sure.
have been here for a few generations, that we kicked Native Americans out when, we have no control over that. So I do think it's important to make the distinction of European settlers versus Native American inhabitants at the time. I do think that's important, but I guess just if you use that same framework, how would you apply it that same way?
Again, I fully understand and actually agree that it was, with the Native Americans saying that it was fucking wrong. I mean, there was no right to that. And, but it's also something that, I wasn't there for it. You know what I mean? I'm literally living through it right now.
But I guess to me, and again, I'm not saying you're wrong or saying that I'm even arguing with you. It's more of trying to understand than it is trying to debate. Is where I think I struggle the most is that context on either side of the window of time that's justifying what's taking place.
Sure.
Because to me, it's kind of like, it's like a grading system, and bear with me for a second, is that, if 50% is failing, well, is 49 really failing? Well, yeah, it is. Like, you have to draw the line somewhere. So where do you bookend the window of time in that region how far is it okay to go back to say this is our land versus this is your land? And I think what further complicates it, to your question or your point, I guess, in leaving out the theology aspect, is to me that enormously enormously magnifies it on both ends when you feel a sense of theologic entitlement to a piece of property that your version of the Bible, whether it's the Quran or the Torah or the Bible, New Testament, Old Testament, I guess the Torah would be the Old Testament, is, to me, that's where it gets blurry, and it's hard to understand who's right or wrong, I guess.
So according to that, like their ownership, land ownership, is based off theological argument.
Right.
That's it. It's not like, so the difference between your example is that Native Americans have been here, are still here, versus they weren't there. They're saying, according to this book, that's why we have that entitlement. See what I mean?
Yeah. Well, so would you mind just like chat GPTing the Hebrew or racial Jewish percentage of population within, say, modern day Israel from the death of Jesus until present, like
6%.
from that whole time?
There was 7% before they actually started going down, before the Europeans started coming in, because those were Arab Palestinians that were Jewish.
So you're saying from the crucifixion of Jesus at 33 AD to...
Oh no, that influxed back and forth, but it never was the majority.
Even back then?
Even back then.
So it would have been the Romans would have been the majority of the population then?
It depends on the time frame, yeah. I mean, the Romans were there like...
they were there for
years ago, for
2,000 years prior to that, and it
yeah.
Around 400 AD is when the Romans adopted Catholicism, or created Catholicism, I guess, adopted Christianity and transformed it into Catholicism, and then for the next 300 years ish, it slowly died out.
There was actually a point where there actually were 0 Jews, and that was actually during the Crusades. It was the Crusades that actually eliminated all the Jews, and it was like Saladin that was like got there and to Jerusalem, was like, where are the Jews?
Yeah,
there weren't any, and so he actually got 80 Jewish families to come back in to actually have Jews in Jerusalem.
Yeah. Again, it's this isn't me saying I know and I'm debating even what we're talking about. It's more trying to understand.
Sure.
Again, to me, because it's that, not to beat a dead horse, but the bookend of the window of time that justifies whose land is whose and whatever, that I think, at least for me, makes it harder to understand what seems like it makes sense or not.
But it's not even direct, like, family lineage. You know what I mean? It's basically like, this is, and I keep hearing this, not quite exactly sure if it's 100%, but the DNA test, if you actually go to it, and there's not going to be that many, period. You know what I mean? Like, because their ancestry actually comes from Europe, and the Ashkenazis especially. And yes, there's Middle Eastern Jews, and again, I've never denied that, but it's always been a very small minority that's been there. Yeah. And by the time the Europeans came in during the 19th century, the late 19th century, it was still like about 6 to 7%.
67% of what?
6 to 7%.
Oh, 6 to 7%.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and again, I want to reiterate or emphasize, like, my understanding and knowledge on the historical background from the birth of Christ until modern day, Jerusalem and modern day where Israel and Palestine, I wouldn't even say coexist, because they certainly don't, but try to be in the same area. Like, I don't have a good enough grasp historically to be able to.
So keep in mind, when the Jews were escaping Germany, they were getting rejected by many countries, and the Palestinians welcomed them in. They're the ones who took them in. I actually talked to I was a very old lady that she was sharp as a tack, though. She remembers her mother and a Jewish woman that they took in that were living with them. I think she said for about a little bit over a year. And they were getting along great. She was playing with them. They had, a great time. And then she remembers coming back one day and the door was locked. And then saying, get the fuck out. This is ours now. So again, if it's the analogy about the Native Americans is that they physically have been there. They are still here versus they're using a theological claim to say that my ancestors have been here according to this book. But keep in mind, like you can be an Israeli. You literally can be an Israeli. If you convert, you can get Israeli citizenship. It's not like show any type of proof that you have ancestral rights to it.
Yeah, I mean, so using that analogy of Native Americans and Euro settlers from the, I guess, the process that we're trying to analogize, they would have a stronger claim to kicking us out than Israelis would of taking over Palestine. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I mean, Netanyahu himself is Ukrainian. I mean, is it Ukrainian? Yeah, I think it's Ukrainian. And most of these people, again, it's a theological claim to the ancestry that they've been there, but they can't prove it versus the people that, I mean, my side of the family, my father's side goes back to the Phoenicians. And we have records to show that, you know what I mean? And they hang on to the theological claim of it.
You mentioned your dad was Muslim. I'm not trying to get off track here. I'm just out of curiosity. Heritage-wise, what was his breakdown?
So I'm half Lebanese, and my mother's side was Italian.
Okay. So from having been there and having taken a pretty deep dive into the historical context that paints the picture that's taking place now, I mean, how do you think solving the problem, or what do you think solving the problem looks like that is seems like such a catastrophe over there right now? Because
Can I use an analogy that was used earlier?
Yeah.
So you had the analogy brought up about Red Dawn. And when I'm talking about this, I got to specify. I'm talking Patrick Swayze, Charlie Sheen, 1984, not the new one.
Yeah.
Okay.
We brought that up earlier?
What's that?
We brought that up earlier? Red Dawn?
No. Someone else.
Oh, okay.
And so, and the argument that was being made on the other guest that you had was that Israel are the Wolverines. To me, I find that baffling. I mean, that's absolutely I think that's one of the most ridiculous things ever. So you're telling me that the Wolverines had Air Force, tanks, they were nuclear power? How can they possibly be, the Wolverines in that case? We're talking about like Hamas. And just to be clear, I don't support Hamas as a theocratic government. I don't agree with any of those. I think they're dangerous. I don't agree with theocratic governments anywhere. And I think that leads to problems, and that's one of the reasons why I don't agree with Israel either, because it's a Jewish state and it's a Jewish theocracy. They try to say that it's a democracy, but again, if it's a Jewish state, and there's 64 different laws on the books that maintain supremacy, it's no longer a democracy. And so if you have literally a nuclear power that has a full standing, the fourth largest military in the world, and the crazy part is that he was saying like the guys that were the Spetsnaz and the airborne guys were coming in and dropping in, that was like similar to the guys on the mopeds and the fucking paragliders, with the weapons they had. I mean, I think the largest weapon system they had was like an RPG. And they had the paragliders, and they were like literally sharing seats on fucking scooters to get over there. And then somehow those are the Russians that came in versus the people that had little tank divisions and F-35 Raptors. It's just, that's the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever heard. And I like to use that analogy itself because again, if you want to see like it is like that, you have people that came in. And the only difference between the Red Dawn, that storyline I think lasted 2-3 years, something like that. So imagine that scenario And again, the one thing that's missing is the import of settlers that are constantly happening. It wasn't just an occupation. It's active violence from settlers, illegal settlers that are coming in that are constantly harassing, constantly raiding, constantly, causing violence. And that's the part that they're missing, in that scenario. So if you added illegal settlers, the Russians that came in and were inflicting violence on the Americans during that time frame, then you would have an argument, and it lasted nearly a century of that. That's how you'd be able to actually have a good analogy with Red Dawn.
So what do you think the fix is?
First, we need to absolutely stop funding Israel. They would not be doing this unless they had our backing. They would not be doing this. Absolutely not. They would not be bombing. In the last, 3 months, they've bombed, 5 countries? Syria, Iran, Lebanon, Gaza, Qatar. I mean, and they're getting a free passport because they have our blessing. I mean, our support. We're paying them $10.4 million a day for the last 8-9 years, and we still have more to go.
Do you know why the United States support for Israel is so strong?
What they say or what I think?
What you think?
We've got.
Well, I guess both. I mean, like what's advertised and how do you think it's different?
I honestly think it's right now to that point where they've embedded themselves for so long, since the 50s and 60s, into our government system. They should have been registered as foreign agents, APAC, and this is something that's not even hidden. APAC gloats about how many, different politicians they bought, to make sure that their foreign policy comes out number one, that we support them. And you want to talk about this blind trust and blind loyalty to, our greatest ally. How the fuck are they the greatest ally? Like, what have they done? What have they done to help us? They've done nothing but drag us into more wars. The intel, Netanyahu was on talking about, like, what do you say? Like, I guarantee that if we take out, Iran and its proxies, Iraq and its proxies, that there will be, enormous reverberations around there and everything else. And then we need to take out Iran. We need to take out Libya. And it was like this big ass plan. But what exactly have they done to be our ally? And this is what I don't understand. They bombed one of our allies just, last week with, Qatar. We have a military base there, you know what I mean? But they decided to bomb the offices that the U.S. absolutely knew that they had. It wasn't like Hamas was hiding there. They're negotiators that were in Qatar trying to negotiate a deal, and they decided to fly over and bomb it. They didn't even get them. They just killed 6 Qataris. So how exactly is it that what is it that they're doing for us? They're not providing security. We're paying them for their war. We're paying, billions of billions. We've given Israel $380 billion since it's started in 1948. So I just don't understand, like, I don't understand, like, why we're doing it. The only thing I can think of is that it's a great ROI, though, if you think about it, because they spend, millions of dollars to make sure that the politicians are doing and supporting them. And so they in return get billions of dollars. And then that funds to get the small amount, of, a couple 100,000 or whatever it is, or a couple million, back into the buying off the politicians. And then they sign off on the foreign policy to fund them even more.
Yeah. I mean, the points that I've heard made, and I'm not saying I agree or necessarily disagree, I have mixed feelings on it, I guess, but is that because of the region instability, is that having one non-Muslim ally there is that it gives us an ability to, if you want to say, keep a finger on the pulse, have better tabs on the region, a quicker response time, a more robust intelligence network. I think you could argue that yes, that's the case. I think you could also argue, is that necessary?
But this is actually a really good point that you bring up. But security from what, though?
Well, that's what I mean. Is it necessary question is, would we need to have the presence and the interest, investment, and intermingling there, if we didn't mess in their affairs as much as we do anyway. And so to me, it's almost a chicken or the egg thing, and that it's like this self-perpetuating mess that we continue to interject ourselves into that I think is largely unnecessary.
What issues did we have prior to 1948 with the Middle East?
I mean, zero, and so I guess going back to my initial question of what's the fix is stopping funding.
Stopping funding right away. That'd be the very first thing. If I was in charge, hand them right over to the ICC and the ICJ and let them defend themselves. I'm not saying throw them in jail or kill them, everything, but if they have, and I thought it was just way too slow. I've been calling this out, saying it's been genocide since last year, and now we have a peer review by 800 genocide scholars saying that this genocide being committed. It's unquestionable. The UN has already said it, and they are literally committing genocide and ethnic cleansing, and so we just need to stop, funding them for one, stop supporting them, hand them over to. We need to be more responsible with what we're doing. You know what I mean? And it starts with that. And I guarantee if we stop funding them and stop supporting them, they would not be doing what they're doing. Guaranteed. Because the only reason why they're doing it is because they got Big Brother watching them, protect them. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why they're doing that. They would not be doing that on their own. They didn't have that.
Are there any other mechanisms from your perspective that would contribute to a peaceful solution, if that's possible?
Well, the peaceful solution stops when they stop, taking over people's homes. You know what I mean? And again, I think the root of the problem is the illegal settlements that just are constantly happening.
Is there any part of you that looks at it from a shared role in the October 7th
It was
attack?
horrible what happened.
But also the hostages that were taken, that I've seen a number of times Israeli.
Talk about the 12,000 Palestinians that are being raped to death?
No, I'm saying that I've seen a number of points of Israeli officials saying, I'm not saying that this would happen, I'm just repeating what has been told, which is if the Israeli-American or the contingent of hostages still being held by Hamas, if they were released, that it would end. I'm not saying I believe that, just saying, is there a responsibility or any role from your perspective on the Palestinian and Hamas side to do anything different than what they're doing now?
So what was Hamas's demands to get the hostages back?
I mean, I don't know. I guess
Literally stop the genocide, release the ones that are detained. That's kind of like supposed to be like a hostage swap. And Yemen, actually the same thing. The Houthis were saying, we'll stop doing what we're doing once you stop the genocide. Hezbollah was saying the same thing, except they were just going into Lebanon as well. And so the whole thing, and you tap it. The last time they actually had successful release of hostages was when they had negotiated again, like it was November 23, I think it was, right? And that was negotiated, right? They had a ceasefire, they released the hostages, and they got some of theirs back. But right now, they literally, last week, they rounded up 1,500 Palestinians in the West Bank. You see what I mean? So people don't, it's Palestinians or Palestinians, whether it's Gaza or the West Bank. There's no Hamas in charge of the West Bank. They're not in charge of it. They're not doing anything there. So why are there's the highest amount of Palestinians have been killed in the last 20 years in the West Bank has been this last year. Why is that? Why is that happening in the West Bank? And you can't, everything is Hamas, everything is human shields, everything is Hamas. It's utter bullshit. I mean, and we gotta start looking at this as like reality. They're literally rounding them up, putting them in jail. They under military, the military law, and they have a 98 or 98% conviction rate. And they have the military detainment. They don't even need to have anything to hold you for that. They're the only ones that have child prisons. You know what I mean? You have a kid that throws a rock at a tank and he gets in for 6 months. Yeah, and literally have people that are Israeli officials that are saying, yes, rape is okay because they're Hamas. And to them, everyone is Hamas. That's the problem, is they're treating, I mean, the whole Amalek thing, everyone's killed. And you have, if it was just regular citizens, it'd be one thing, but you have peoples like, Smotrich, right? That's saying all of them, they all need to go. They all need to die. Not one of them. They're all going to grow up to be terrorists. I mean, you have that mentality of absolute like hatred and detest, and they just want them to die. They just want them exterminated. And they're not by any means quiet about this. They're saying this out loud. When are we actually going to start listening to that? You know what I mean? And they're saying like, oh, we're here for the security of, they're coming after you. When's the last time Hamas actually went outside their borders?
Would be October 7th, right?
Yeah. But that'd be kind of like shifty too, right? Because it's more of like a prison break though, right? So they're behind a wall. And for them to say like, and this is the other thing, did you know there was actually a 3-day air campaign? Israel was bombing them September 20, I think it was 21st to the 23rd.
Of this year?
Of October, 2023. Like 3 weeks before October 7th.
Oh, no.
You see what I mean? So everyone's like, oh, there was peace. No, there wasn't. It was constant,
Well, yeah, I think where there's a difficulty on both sides. Again, I don't have any skin in the game as far as having a reason or any inability to be as objective as possible, other than what I'm told by people who have spent time there, which I've heard both sides.
But you don't need to spend time to know what's going on.
No,
you can definitely get a very interesting, and to me, it became personal. When I went there.
No, I can feel that 100%. And again, like, because I haven't been there, I do think that there still is a degree of separation of my ability to comprehend to the same degree that you can. I guess my point is that going back to the, one of the things you and I have agreed on this whole time is the travesty that is civilians being killed. And I think when, again, just from my perspective, is that, and this is going to be followed up with a question, if you can just give me a second before I finish the statement of asking the question.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. Is that when you see October 7th as saying, okay, there's, to me, clear atrocities that were taking place from Hamas fighters on Israeli civilians. To justify that, to me, is the same to justify Israel saying we're justified in bombing Palestinian civilians because you killed our people. Like, to me, they're both wrong. And so, knowing that, I guess, how does an organization like Hamas navigate the, if you want to call it the liberation of Palestine, whatever mantra you want to use, when the same tactic is being used that they're accusing, and what you're seeing, the Israeli Defense Force in some cases bombing and killing civilians and not taking a more measured approach.
So there have, and again, what you saw October 7th is because the amount of push they had through the media, but you never saw what happened in 2014 when 1,200 Palestinians were killed. What you don't see is, we can go all the way back to, one of the biggest things that I hear counterpoints, like I keep hearing this and it just aggravates the hell out of me. If the Palestinians would lay down their weapons, it'd be peace. If the Israelis lay down their weapons, everyone would be dead. Which is, like, they tried that already. They already did. So in 1982, there was 14,000 PLO fighters in Lebanon. And there was the U.S. ambassador that was there brokered a deal with the PLO fighters saying, you have our guarantee. It's the U.S. that said this. You have our with France and Italy, and if you guys put down your weapons and leave, you have our guarantee of protection. All the women and children that are here at the refugee camp at Sabra and Shatila, they'll be safe. And so 14,000 PLO fighters put their weapons down and they took off to Tunisia based on that broker deal. Like, they trusted them. They said, yes, okay, we will. Well, then the Israeli-backed phalangist militia surrounded Sabra and Shatila, which was the refugee camp, and slaughtered within 2 days 3,000 civilians. See what I mean? And so let's keep going on that, right? This isn't the only time it's happened. It's happened, constantly. Where you have between 2010 and October 2023, there have been nearly 10,000 Palestinians killed, right, in between Gaza and the West Bank. If you just talk about the West Bank alone, between the 1st of January 2023 to the 1st of October 2023, there was 247 Palestinians that were killed in the West Bank alone. And no one's hearing about that. And before that, it was 241. The year before that, there was like 317. The year before that, another 200 and something. This has been continual through years and years and years, but you're not hearing about this. That's the thing is, and don't get me wrong, I was the same way. I didn't know about all this. And then the more I started kind of reading up, I'm like, why is this like, and it's like so uneven. You have, you don't have a military. They don't. They have the 4th strongest military in the world and nuclear power. And somehow they're the David and the Palestinians are the Goliath. I mean, how do you, I don't understand how you could, what type of mental gymnastics you need to do to convince yourself of that. Because at the same time, they have, we just want peace. You have homemade rockets that are being launched out. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they don't do damage. Of course they do. And back to your example earlier, that civilians being killed. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I don't, and back to like even Iraq, the civilians, and back to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, civilians. I don't agree with that at all. But at the same time, you have something that's been going on for decades, over and over again. At what kind of resentment do you think that builds if you have kids that are growing up and the Israelis, settlers have, killed your mother, your father, your aunt, your brother, your sisters? The most dangerous man in the world is someone who's got nothing left to lose. And you got the highest amount of children amputees in the world, in that Gaza. The most densely populated area in the world. And they just destroyed the entire infrastructure, like 97% of it. They have like, I think the one hospital they have is like at 20% capacity. And they destroyed all the schools. They destroyed all the hospitals. I mean, and to say that how Hamas was in there, human shields, Hamas. I mean, how many have they killed so far? They have no idea. They don't have people on the ground counting. And they're saying they're the most moral army in the world. Well, we avoid killing civilians. Remember the hostage rescue that they did to save 4 Israelis?
I think so.
You remember how many civilians were killed? 270. And that's actually the lower estimate. I think someone was saying even more. Let's just say 200. What, in your capacity as a SEAL, what mission would be considered an accomplishment if you killed 200 civilians?
I mean, none. But
yet they were glorifying it, right? Now, I'm going to add one more to it. In November of, November 2023, I think it was, there was 3 Israeli hostages waving white flags, speaking Hebrew, no shirts on, that Israelis killed. They killed their own. They killed their own hostages. Now, what does that tell you about someone that actually goes in, right? It sounds to me that's very indiscriminate. When you're doing CQB, I mean, for us, if you had a flyer, that was counseling statement. You got 2, you're out of the fucking company. We're not fucking around with that. And so for them to actually go in and say that, that to me, that's just completely indiscriminate, go in and shoot anything. When you have kids that actually have, the bullets being pulled out of their head, being shot twice in the chest, that's no longer an accident. You know what I mean? And you hear any of the doctors speaking about this, and they have case after case after case after case. They have kids that being sniped. And the thing is that I think, let's say the women, are the bad people. Let's say the men, all the men are bad people. Let's say even the teenagers are bad people. But the 9,000 children that are under 6 years old, what's the excuse for, and when we talk about thousands, and the worst part about this is that we're talking about it in numbers. I think that's the worst part. These are human beings. These are children, babies, literal babies that are beheaded. They're actual ones, not the ones that they were lying about before, which was completely disproven. The whole babies in the oven bullshit. 40 beheaded babies. That was made up. But yet you still had them fucking Biden repeating that in front of the whole world. He never saw shit. He had to retract his statement, but he never did it publicly. That was the worst part. What we can do about that, though?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest problems with our entire planet is the media and the slants that they can put on certain things.
I agree.
And I think all groups are guilty of propaganda, the United States included, and manufacturing things to make them look different than they are. Like you see it all over the place. I am curious.
Did you see the Hamas videos on the Hamas.com?
No, I have not been on it.
Oh, okay. So Hamas.com is actually, I was like, holy shit, that's brutal. And then I was like, but hold on a second, it's Hamas.com. And then I actually started doing some digging, and I found out it's under Wix. The domain name is under Wix. Because Hamas.com, I think it was PA or PL, I think it was PA. Hamas.com.Palestine, the in Germany it's .com.de, right? Got taken off. The Israelis took it down. We're allowed to have a website, but Wix, which is an Israeli domain site, allows Hamas.com to show their work. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Is there any doubt in your mind that in today's day and age, with technology being as advanced as it is with CGI and AI, obviously, I mean, there's been examples all over the planet of being able to manufacture videos that aren't accurate, but that look so realistic that they are, that there's any part of that on either side being utilized disingenuously?
Yes.
Do you think it's just on the Israeli side,
Yes.
or do you think it's both sides?
Again, let's take the situation though. So you have people from Gaza that are being bombed relentlessly. They have time to get on their laptop to start creating videos.
I mean, I don't know.
what I mean?
I guess I'm just asking.
I'm just saying in general, just about the situation. All right, they most time they barely have any electricity. Israel's in charge of the airspace, the sea. Right, they can't even go out there and fish. They are the ones that cut off the water lines. They cut off. I mean, they literally did that at the very beginning. They cut off everything. They're in charge of that. This is full on occupation because they're behind the wall. They don't have control of that. Who is in control? The Israelis are. Right? They're literally behind a wall.
I guess I just mean from a broader global perspective. I mean, because you could have hackers in Iran manufacturing videos to support a propaganda campaign. And again, I'm not saying that that's happening. I'm saying, does that idea exist in your mind as being
Is a possibility? Realistic? Yes. There's always possibility. As a probability, no.
Yeah. I guess going back to the question, from your perspective, do you think that, and I don't even know how to separate, or if you should, Palestine from Hamas and vice versa, do you?
Yes.
So you would make the distinction.
Yeah.
So I guess, would you say that Hamas then should do anything differently than what they're doing now?
Let's say all the Democrats and Republican, politicians that we have make some fucking wazoo worst mistake ever and piss off Canada and they decide invading. Does that mean him as a civilian deserves to die?
No, but I'm asking, do you think Hamas should do anything different than what they're doing now to try to get some sort of resolution?
From what all the ceasefire agreements that I've actually been able to actually understand and read, they're asking for a stop to the genocide, a release of the Palestinian hostages, stop the entire campaign, basically end what's going on. And they're going to swap the hostages on there. And I think, yeah, they were trying to go back to the 1967 borders of the Palestinian statehood. Now, is that too far of a stretch? It's a little bit unrealistic. Yeah, I agree. If they would negotiate to the point where it was ceasefire and release of the hostages, I think that would be much more attainable. I think the last two were like that. Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong. But it's just so I know that that Israelis have offered them a peace deal, like throughout history, in the, 60s, 70s, 90s, again, the Oslo Accords, but not many people have actually read it and actually understand it. There was no contiguous borders. There was increase in security checkpoints for the security of Israel. Didn't stop any of the settlements and the illegal settlements, nothing of that. So this offering you peace is not peace. It's capitulation. Nothing changes. So they just want you to accept that. Just say, hey, we offered you a peace deal. You accept the peace deal, but now you're still, being violent, trying to fight the settlers. And again, I think that the root of the problem is the illegal colonization and constant illegal settlements that are being expanded, and they're not even hiding it. I think they just approved. In the last 3 months, they approved like 15 more illegal settlements. If you want to stop the problem, then this is a root cause of the problem. Israel doesn't even have borders. They don't have like set borders because it constantly. Where are the borders on it? Because they're constantly expanding on it. So. If you want a true peace deal, end the illegal settlements. Give them their fucking dignity back and human rights, to be able to live their life. You know what I mean? That simple.
This is a woefully hypothetical question.
Sure.
Let's say tomorrow morning we wake up and now you're the head of Hamas.
Uh-huh.
Do you do anything different?
Like in this situation, like right now,
Yeah.
I would do those two things. And I would make sure, like, I would put in like a clause to try to work that out. To continue back to the 1967 borders. Like, hey, this will be the next step, but immediately, right? Hey, release a hostage. So the thing is, for me, I don't agree with Hamas taking hostages, civilian hostages, but keep in mind that out of the 1,200 that were killed, there was only, I think, 738, which I don't agree with at all, that were actually civilian. The rest of them were either the police or military, which they have under international law a right to armed resistance against their occupier. So to me, like, they don't count. Right? And again, it sounds like on either side, I don't agree with civilians being killed, period. At all. Not for in Japan, not for the civilians that are killed in Iran, or the civilians that are killed in Palestine, civilians that are killed in Israel. I don't agree with that at all. And I agree, if you want peace, you have to stop attacking them. It's that simple.
In that same realm, operationally, would you order anything different?
Man, it's difficult because I don't support Hamas, so it's hard for me. Like, if I got put in that situation, it'd be like hard to kind of backtrack.
Well, the reason. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
I'll ask something different afterwards. Go ahead.
One, Hamas has been propped up by Netanyahu for decades. But I think you have to go back to why does Hezbollah exist, right? Hezbollah is a creation of Israel. Israel, invaded the first time in 1979 and again in 1982. Hezbollah didn't start until 1984, right? Hezbollah wasn't non-existent, but they became existent after they invaded Lebanon. Hamas didn't exist, until 1987.
Hamas didn't?
Yeah. So there a lot of these that they just didn't exist. but it becomes a necessity to resist in a resistance group, whatever you call them. But let's say we're trying to, what Palestinian organization was not labeled a terrorist group? Let's say we're trying to negotiate, right? Has there been any single Palestinian organization that has not been labeled a terrorist group?
I don't have that information. I guess, to me, the reason for the question is twofold. Is one, if to make the distinction of Hamas and Palestine are segregated, that they're not one and the same, is that, from my understanding, and by all means chat GPT it if you want, not that chat GPT is always completely accurate, but it's better than Google, I think, or less slanted than Google, but it is that Hamas as a government institution was voted into its authority by the Palestinian population like in 2006 or something like that. Do you know
42%?
42%.
42% of the population voted for him in 2006, and they took power their last legislative elections were in January 2007.
Do you have any idea who the opposition was that got the other percent?
Fatah.
Okay.
But it wasn't. So 42% voted for Hamas. There was infighting again. So it's interesting. In 2009, Ron Paul actually talked about Netanyahu funding Hamas in order to keep the two factions separate, so there would never be a two-state solution. And there was actually even an article in the Jerusalem Post in 2019 that was talking about Netanyahu supporting Hamas. What was his words? I can control the flame of Hamas. So as long as they're in power, we have a legitimate terrorist organization that we can constantly, say this is why there's no two-state solution, right? And again, I don't support Hamas. I'm not speaking on behalf of Hamas. I'm just trying to explain the situation from the way I see it. Is that as long as Hamas stays in power and you have Fatah on the other side, then there's not going to be any organization that's unified to be able to create a two-state solution. And Netanyahu was smart about that. He knew that was going to happen. I just don't think. There's theories on this. I find it hard to believe. You've seen the map of Israel, at least, right? It's about the size of New Jersey. It's small, right? So anywhere you go, regardless where you go, like in the West Bank, in between Israel proper, there's checkpoints everywhere. There's military presence like everywhere. I find it so difficult to believe that this ragtag group, resistance group, went through with a bulldozer, created a hole, those scooters came in, paragliders came in, and it took 6 hours, and I'm taking an average between the lowest number that I heard, which was 4 hours, and the longest time for a QRF to come in was 10 hours. So say right between 6 hours, right? For them to actually come in. What happened to all the footage? The most technologically advanced, they have cameras everywhere. I mean, everywhere. And so what happened to all the footage there? Why can't we see the footage on that? What happened to, all the tight security that they have? Why did it take something that you could literally ride your bike and be there at that time? Why did it take that long to actually get there and stop what was going on?
But to me, it's reminiscent of a lot of the questions that people have surrounding 9/11 here in this country, is that there are a lot of angles. What I'm very curious on your, contextual knowledge base on going back to Hamas versus Fatah, there had to have been a third option, right? If only 42% was for Hamas, a certain percentage less than that was Fatah. Do you know what the third or other?
I don't.
Do you see a discernible difference between Hamas and Fatah as far as the way that their perspective on how to govern Palestine is?
Yeah. And again, from people in the West Bank don't even like Abbas. For Fatah, he's like a puppet that's in there. I know that he's the best that they have, right? But he doesn't. So you have someone that's in charge, right? That is basically like agreeing to whatever Israel's doing. And the reason why I say that is simply because since they've been in charge, right, there hasn't stopped anything in the West Bank.
You're talking about Hamas?
No, I'm talking about Fatah. Talking Abbas. Sorry, not Hamas.
Okay.
Abbas is the guy that's in charge of Fatah in the West Bank.
Okay, so Fatah controls the Palestinian, or governs the Palestinian.
Yeah, Palestinian Authority. Sorry.
Okay.
It was Fatah there, but now it's
Okay.
Palestinian Authority.
Yeah. Do you have any idea why there haven't been any other elections since '06 to either oust or reconfirm Hamas as the governing body?
Because anytime there is, then they're either jailed, arrested, or assassinated.
Who is?
Like for example, if you want to talk to somebody directly, like if you really wanted to actually have like a long-term solution, I would say you need to release Marwan Barghouti. Marwan Barghouti has been in jail since like 2003. And anytime that someone comes into it's, I mean, let's take for example the negotiators, right? The negotiators, they went into Iran to kill him there. They went to Qatar to try to kill him there. They don't want this to end. They want this to continue. They don't want them to have elections. They haven't had elections since 2006.
They being Israel.
Yes.
So you're saying that Israel is preventing Palestine from having further elections.
Yes.
Do you get the perception in any of the chats that you had with the welcoming Palestinians in Hebron that they have a desire to change government leadership within Palestine?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Would you say that most of them do?
Yes.
Would rather have somebody else than Hamas in charge?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, you had a guest on here, Duran, and him and I actually had a 2-hour conversation. As the one thing that I can say about him is that he reached out to me and said, "Hey, let's have a conversation about this." And so I can honestly say that was actually like, I was not expecting that. I definitely got to give him props for that. Now, once the conversation started, we couldn't agree on anything. And the reason why is like, I literally started with, okay, let's attack the root problem about the illegal settlements. And he's like, there are no illegal settlements. I'm like, okay, we can't have a really good conversation then. So we started talking about different things. It was a 2-hour conversation, and we tried every angle. It's just one of those things where if, you're going to say that, that you have legitimacy because of the League of Nations that dissolved in 1946, and now we have the UN that recognized and created Israel. So how is the League of Nations in the San Roma Agreement that you're not even abiding by from Balfour Declaration have anything to do with modern day? It was literally recognized by the UN, and that's what gave them legitimacy as a state that was recognized by the UN in 1948. That was the end of it. And the whole thing, they have the right to exist. I don't think any apartheid state has a right to exist, bottom line. And so if they weren't an apartheid state and they weren't like have like Jewish supremacy in there and there was actually like a secular democracy, absolutely. Could there be a one-state solution? I doubt it. Could there be a two-state solution? I think that's problematic as well. But I think it's more realistic to have what they were trying to do, at least in the beginning, so we have like at least back to the 1967 continuous borders before like it was broken off. And the other thing is, again, one's a nuclear power. It's just one of those things that there is no balance in this. It's like literally people that are unarmed living there under occupation, under military law, and even in Israel proper, you have the Palestinians that are living under like apartheid. They're second-class citizens. Even more so. I think the Ethiopians there are like the second class and the third tier of the Palestinian or the Arab Israelis that are there. I mean, in the Ethiopians, there's an article actually in the Times of Israel where they actually came out and said, yeah, we were giving the Ethiopians that were coming in birth control without their knowledge because they didn't want them reproducing. So there is a tier system in that. They're like, oh, well, we have. This is another good one. We have Muslims in the Supreme Court, and one of the justices. For one, there's 15 of them, and there's one Muslim one. And again, if they had any say whatsoever what's happening, do you think they would say, yeah, those illegal settlements and the settler minds that are killing Palestinians and stealing their homes and kicking them out, we're going to let that slide? Or would they actually do something about it? But they're always going to be in the minority, so they're just puppets that are there. It's just for show. So they don't have any really say, or not. Again, why wouldn't they use that power that they have as part of the Knesset to make some changes? Why are they always being? It's because they want to be that. They like that. Who wants to live that way? That's what I understand. There's so many things that are just like you have to do such mental gymnastics to try to explain and try to get this, to this perception where again, Israel is David and somehow the Palestinians are Goliath. I don't understand the mentality.
Yeah. When Doron reached out to you, was there a stated objective to talking, or was it just, hey, let's have a conversation?
I was actually really open to that. And I was like, yeah, let's have a conversation. And that's what he wanted. He's like, because he felt that that I was misled. And I was like, yeah, give me your perspective on it. Let's talk about it. Absolutely.
Well, can I ask what was that in response to? Was it a different interview that you gave, or?
I was really, I think it was the second or third time that the U.S. had used their veto power to reject a ceasefire. And this was February of 2024 that I went to the McKinney Town Hall to try to persuade them to show support for putting an end to it and trying to vote that, hey, we're for a ceasefire. And I didn't have anything scripted. I didn't have anything. I just went there and spoke, and there was a friend of mine that works in the VA, and her husband was SF as well, and she saw it, and she was like, "Hey, do you mind if I, post this?" I was like, "I didn't record it though. I don't know why." She's like, "No, it's always recorded on the the town hall meeting is always recorded." I was like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." Holy shit. I did not expect the reaction, but it went viral within a week. And so within, I think, 2 weeks, I got like 14 million views. I mean, it was crazy. And that's on just a couple of different platforms. That's like a thing on just Instagram and then TikTok and YouTube and so forth. So he saw that because I literally said, this is not a war. This is genocide. This is ethnic cleansing. This constant dehumanization that's been going on for decades upon decades, nearly, almost nearly a century. And so he gave me his talking points, and, we tried to discuss it from there, and we couldn't agree to it, though.
So there's not a single thing you guys agreed on? Other than I would hope that you want the violence to stop.
But that's the thing, is that's where I was trying to start it off with. Because again, for me, for it to stop is for the illegal settlements and settler violence to end. That's why I opened it up with that. And he literally said, there are no settlements, there are no illegal settlers. And just wouldn't budge from that. I'm like, I mean, it's not, they're not hiding it. You know what I mean? So, I mean, how do we have an honest conversation if we can't even address the problem?
Yeah, I mean, if one side says what we're doing is justified and it's legal.
No, he didn't say it was justified or legal. He said it just wasn't existent. That's the problem.
It wasn't taking place?
Yes.
Oh, I gotcha. So coming back to the kind of the original question is, should the U.S. have involvement on either side at this point from your perspective?
It depends. Again, from my perspective, if we have the genocide scholars, we have the ICC, ICJ, the UN, and I don't know how many different countries are stating the same thing, that the genocide is happening. When it was happening with Slobodan Milosevic in Sarajevo, we did get involved. So what's the difference? There is a genocide happening. Why would? And so my compromise is just stop fucking supporting a genocide. Stop paying them to continue a genocide.
Do you think that we should get involved in helping the Palestinians?
If I had my wife, fuck yes.
In what capacity?
Protecting them. giving them for one, stopping what's going on. Stopping this is literally ethnic cleansing. What they're trying to do. And it's not just a physical toll. I mean, you ever been under artillery?
Yeah.
Fired at you?
Yeah. I mean, it's traumatic.
Yes. So imagine you not being able to go anywhere. You're stuck in a place that's literally, 18 miles by 5 miles, walled up. You're not going anywhere. You're literally just stuck there, and there's bombs coming down. You don't know when it's coming.
Yeah.
I mean, that scenario, the only thing I can fathom that's anything remotely close to it is fucking trench warfare back in World War I. And that's why the whole term shell shock came from. And how fucked up do you think? There's doctors that came back, literally kids, 5-6-year-olds that are dying from heart attacks because of the amount of stress that they're going under. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I think it was just the ending of, let's stop that. That's what's happening right there.
Do you take that same perspective for the Iranian missiles and missiles from Hezbollah that come and land in Israel? Would you take that same perspective?
Against civilians? I think that's wrong. Any civilians, I don't care who's doing it.
Yeah.
Civilians should not be targeted. Do civilians die in war? Yes, and it is absolutely tragic. But the difference is, if they're targeting civilians, and that's what they're doing, they are targeting civilians.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? And the whole collective punishment. And again, we can at least agree, understand, more of a understanding and a neutral stance to try to understand from different perspectives. I completely agree. But what we can agree on is that anywhere, anytime, any type of hostage rescue, if you have 200 plus civilians that are killed, it's an absolute failure. It should not be glorified. You know what I mean? And this is the thing that's happening. They're like, oh, we got one Hamas, but we got 10 civilians. And that's okay. Would it be okay the other way, right? Would it be okay if, let's say Hamas made it into Israel and they're in Tel Aviv and they decided they're going to take 200 hostages in Tel Aviv. Do you think Israel would have the same response?
You mean by taking 200 hostages? I guess.
I'm sorry, if Hamas took 200 hostages and was in Tel Aviv instead and hid in, let's say, a school in there, right? And do you think they would bomb the entire block or the entire city of Tel Aviv to get those people?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way they would.
No.
Yeah.
So why is it acceptable to do it the other way?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, to me, I see just a lot of horrible shit going on across the board,
But yes, I can agree to a certain point, because again, you have to look at you have people with the highest, no APCs, no tanks, no fucking Raptors, right? No nuclear superpower. You have literally a resistance force, right? That light arms that are conducting raids out of tunnels. And here's the other thing. You know about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
Oh, actually, no. I mean, I'm vaguely familiar.
So there's two Warsaw uprisings. A lot of people get this confused. There was one in the spring of 1943, another one in the fall, August, September of 1944. So the one in 1944 was when the Soviets were actually coming in from the east going west into Poland. And they're basically at the city limits of Poland. And there was three main resistance groups. There was the Polish Home Guard, the ZZW, and the ZOB. Now, the Soviets were working their way in there, and what the Home Guard, the Polish, it was basically like a very organized resistance force that was trying to take over the city of Warsaw from the Nazis, so they can able to negotiate with the Soviets, saying, "Hey, we got this. We're good. Y'all don't need to come here." And so the Soviets waited. They knew exactly what was going to happen. So the Home Guard decided to fight against the Nazis. The Nazis slaughtered them, and then the Soviets came back in and took everything over. Right. So that is the Warsaw Uprising. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising happened in the spring of 1943, and what ended up happening is that they walled up. They put all the Jews into a ghetto, and they walled it up, and they were firing in on them, doing the same things. So they were very ingenious about it. They used the sewer systems. They used tunnels that were going into people's homes, that were going for schools. They had 4 different tunnels that were going outside of the ghetto so they can actually smuggle in weapons. Does that sound familiar? Exact same thing. I mean, I can't, I try to look at this from a different, like if it's just X and Y, right? Tunnels. Enclosed. Much larger superior army that's bombing in on them. Much larger army that's bombing in on them. And they're stuck in there. They're going to be fighting. This is when you have the most amount of the quintessential use for guerrilla warfare is against a larger army, right? And they're doing the exact same thing, but one side is glorified at a different point in time against the Nazis, but this is condemned on the other side. It doesn't make any sense to me. How is it any different then, right? Because they were lobbing Molotov cocktails, they were doing like different, grenades and everything else. The only difference is that the Nazis didn't have settlements around there, trying to take it over. And that's where there's no, that's literally the only difference, again, is the illegal settlements. But the situation itself, where they were walled in and using the tunnels and they used kids to smuggle weapons in as well. They used everything they could, and they're glorified for that. And you know what? Good on them. They fought fucking bravely. That was some crazy shit that they did. It was like it was the Home Guard, the ZOB, and the ZZW, and they knew that they were going to die. They were just kind of like, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to go out on my own terms. Fuck yeah, dude. Get after it, you know what I mean? And I'm like, holy shit, that is fucking brave. That's fucking the very definition of courage. How does that change, though? Because they have a kafia and they speak Arabic? Where's the difference on that? This is what I don't understand. Yeah. And to say that they're any different, they're not. They're not any different. Again, the only difference is that they had, they weren't getting bombed from the air from these 2,000-pound bombs. They were talking about Dresden and this is like 5 times more than Dresden and Gaza Strip. And that's the crazy part. Why are we using 2,000-pound bombs around refugee camps with tents?
Going back to the woefully hypothetical scenario, you wake up tomorrow and it's President Alan, right?
Okay, nice.
Yeah, imagine. What action do you take in terms of the United States' stance, policy, and support or not of Palestine?
So if it was President Allen, just in that situation, funding would stop immediately. They would have an ultimatum: either deal with the ICC, ICJ, whoever already have the arrest warrants, Smotrich, what's his name, was it Ben Gvir? Right? I think it's Ben Gvir. Netanyahu, all the people that were actually involved, all the officers involved, just exactly like the Nuremberg trials. Put them all up for war crimes. And guess what? Guess who else will be joining them? Fucking Hamas too. Because they had arrest warrants as well for what they did. They need to be brought to court as well. I'm not denying that. But it's going to be, because that's what the ICJ and the ICC ruled. And so there's got to be some type of order to that. The difference is that the UN has said specifically they have the legal right to resist against the occupier, and the occupier does not have the right to defense because they are occupying, and it is occupied territory. It's been occupied illegally since 1967. So taking that away, the funding would end immediately. Maybe labeled as boycotted, embargoed, divestment, push for FIFA to make sure that they are not allowed to play soccer anymore. Any type of sports, no Olympics, no none of that. Exactly what we did to Russia. Like within 2 days, they banned them from the Olympics. I was actually competing in 2022 in judo. I was in Poland, and we had Russians guys. They had to fight under the
IOC or whatever.
Yeah, there was they couldn't represent a country, right? But Israel doesn't have to do that. Why is that? How is that any different? That would be part of it as well. And I would make sure that I would broker the deal between them to get back to the 1916 borders, contiguous borders, fair and free elections. Man, it'd just be another country that has the same rights and privileges as anyone else. Simple.
Yeah. Would you go as far as to put any boots on the ground and or weapons or financial support?
I would go to the UN Security Council. I think going to that would actually. So the thing is it's almost the same thing, because Israel was attacking there was the Irish UN peacekeepers in Lebanon that they were trying to attack. You know what I mean? So yes, I would put boots on the ground through the UN, not through the U.S.
Or I guess maybe instead, I mean, I don't think we have the ability to put boots on the ground, but you would push the UN to put boots on the ground.
Well, as in, like, we can have U.S. soldiers in the UN,
Right.
right? Just like we have, like, Irish and so forth. But it would be more of a, let's put this all together. What do we all agree on this? So, because that would be, like, I'm like being really biased, but if it's the entire world saying one thing, then I think it would change.
Yeah. So, I mean, essentially to say that you wouldn't act unilaterally, you would put forth a position to the UN to say, hey, almost the same way like a congressman would put forth legislation to say, this is what I think needs to be done, let's vote on it, kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, divestment, embargoes, that would be instant. Sanctions immediately, especially all the illegal settlements. That would be instant right there. If it did continue, if the genocide was continuing, then yes. If that went through and given an ultimatum to that, stop the genocide or else, and if it wasn't continuing to just, persisted on, I would definitely put boots on the ground.
Like unilaterally, if they just kept doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So back to that question of, is it worth it to, as a commander in chief having to write, hey, we're sorry your son or daughter is dead, you'd be willing to put that risk on American soldiers to defend it?
I think stopping a genocide, it would be the same thing. The genocide that happened to the Jews in World War II was worth it. I agreed with that. And I think to stop a genocide from happening anywhere, we did that again in Kosovo and Sarajevo. Yeah.
And as president, would you apply that same protocol towards?
But it wouldn't be the first option, by the way.
Yeah.
That would be like the third. When all negotiations and political means have been depleted, is when there's a time for violence. I'm not a pacifist to the point where I'm anti-war by all means, but I do feel it should be the absolute last resort.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of steps to go through before you get there. And I think if you actually had, divestment and you had sanctions and you had embargoes, it would go the same way as South Africa, right? And the thing is that South Africa the apartheid didn't end through military force. It ended because, they got their teams, rugby and soccer, they weren't able to play anymore. The constant sanctions and the rest of the world, demonizing them for good reason. But how, again, if this is an apartheid state, why is there an exception for one to the other? You know what I mean? Why would we say that's bad, but that's okay? There's the big difference on it. And again, there's a lot of different, steps that we can go through before we get to a military presence, boots on the ground. Yeah. And we haven't done any of those. And that's the thing that's surprising to me the most. We haven't done any of them. We're actually in the opposite, and we're the only ones. We've, since the UN has been founded, there has been 90, the U.S. has used their veto power 90 times. 81 times. No, it was 90 times. 90 times, and 48 of those times was in defense of Israel. that would end instantly. I mean, why are we constantly defending someone that's committing war crimes? And there is no doubt about this anymore. To try to deny that they're not committing war crimes and not committing genocide and ethnic cleansing, these should go the same way as Smotrich, or excuse me, not Smotrich. Smotrich should go the same way as Slobodan Milosevic, sorry, and be in The Hague.
Yeah. As president, would you take that same approach to every region of the world where you see genocide taking place?
Going through the UN first and trying to push through that, yes.
And then ultimately, if that fails, boots on the ground. So Darfur, North Korea, like you would apply that same.
If again through the UN, again there's lots of steps to go through, but would there be something at the end? If it would like be a continuous thing that's happening, I think it'd be. I mean, what else are we here for then? To watch it happen? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think everyone has the right to live in peace and harmony, with dignity and respect that a human deserves anywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think one of the main reasons why we have so much conflict is because there's lack of negotiations, because there's lacks of because we don't put any time and effort into it's either, hey, we're going to trade, I'm going to give you $1 for your book there. And you're like, no, I need at least $5. Oh, fuck you. And then we go, now I take that for you.
Do I still get the dollar?
Maybe. Maybe later.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where, you know, other countries, for example, like I was reading an article about the Jamaicans. They were doing some business with the Chinese. It was something that had to do with the hotel properties that they're doing. And the Jamaicans were saying, this deal's not going to work. You know what I mean? And the Chinese were like, well, we can try this and this. And they're like, no, it's not going to work. And they're like, okay. If what has happened to many of the countries that have said no in the past to the U.S., we ended up just invading them. And sometimes it wasn't even like a negotiation. I mean, look how we took Hawaii. I mean, it was literally Dole that went in there with U.S. Marines and said, hey, we're going to take this.
It's funny you mention that, because that was going to actually be my next question, is as president, in thinking, you know, using the Native American and European settler analogy, maybe Hawaii would be an even better one, is would you give Hawaii back to the natives if you were president? Or the natives, I mean the native Hawaiians. Would you remove all our military bases?
Well, they had a queen, I believe. That was actually doing that. That was in charge. So again, that's a really good question, actually.
Because to me, that's probably the most, at least as we're talking through it and thinking of it, of the first example you gave, the one I gave about Native Americans. Yeah. I think Hawaii actually represents the closest parallel to what's going on.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I guess as president, would you say, hey, this isn't right?
I would be open for discussion for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like that. If you don't want to be with me, and I force you, why would you want to? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I don't want to be in a relationship with somebody that doesn't want to be with me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I could put some good deals on the table and say, hey, if this is the case, let's talk about it. Yeah. You know what I mean? And if let's say I was president and Hawaii came up to me and said, you know, the whole state of Hawaii came up to me, and they said, you know, we're not happy about this. Yeah. My first response was like, fuck you, I'm gonna crush you. Might be like, why? Like, what's going on? And see, like, listen, like, what's the problem? Yeah. You know what I mean? See what's going on.
Yeah. Because I think, you know, the more I think about it, the more apt it seems. Again, it's not a direct parallel, but, you know, now there are continental United States American citizens of all races, but that own property there, you know. It's like, what do you do with them? Do you just take it? Is that fair?
Again, that would be part of the discussions.
Yeah. But, yeah, I think that it poses an interesting and again, parallel decision is that you say, hey, we've got to figure this out and sort through it. Yeah.
I don't think that'd be. I don't think it would go as like. I don't think it would go plaid like people would think it would be. Like it'd be different if it was like 1905 or something like fresh that we just took it over. I think that'd be entirely different. Like, fuck you, we just want our stuff back, fuck off. But now I think they'd be like, what is the biggest problem that is going on, and how can we fix it? You know what I mean? If we're talking about like domestically, if I was president, man, there'd be so many different changes. Homelessness, we can fix that instantly almost. I think they were talking, it was $21 billion a year to make sure that happened. Make sure that fucking privatized prison systems, fuck that. Surely I would treat drug issues as a health problem, not a criminal problem. So interesting thing, I was in Portugal a few years back, and do you know they decriminalized all their drugs? They also have the lowest crime rate in the EU, and decriminalized all drugs because they treated everything as a health issue instead of a crime issue.
Yeah. Is it accurate to say that in Portland, where they've essentially done the same thing, but only halfway there because they're not treating it like a health problem, they're just saying you can do whatever you want? Is that why it's not been successful there?
No. So they built up to theirs. So I did some digging on that, and basically they spent like between, I think it was, I don't want to lie and put a number on that, but I think something like 10 to 15 years, something like that, building up their infrastructure for that to happen. So like the problem is that here, those rehab centers, they make money hand over fist, right? And so it all links up to someone making money, right? But I honestly feel, you call me a socialist, whatever you want, I really don't give a shit, but I really feel that the government has has a responsibility, has a duty to take care of their citizens. And one of those is like that. So this whole fucking thing, like I was having a discussion with a friend of mine about there was uranium toothpaste and face masks, the asbestos insulation in every home. They actually had a toy that actually had uranium in it, right, at one point in time. None of it was peer reviewed. There was no science. They had no safety standards. We had cocaine in Coca-Cola.
I'd like to see that come back, actually.
Yes. But you have, so it should be that for what's best for the citizen, not what's best for the corporation.
Yeah, I agree.
You know,
I mean,
so
you could apply that to probably 90% of the food and products that are for sale here in the United
Absolutely.
States. One last question on Israel-Palestine, and then I'll just open it up to anything that I didn't ask you about it that I should have, or if there's something else you want to talk about in relation to that. But I did the same thing when Doron was on. I would ask the same thing of you, taking a page out of Jordan Peterson's book of when he works with couples in relationship counseling, is that he has each person debate the other person's perspective. So analogize it with you're a public defender and it's your job to defend Israel. How would you go about it?
I would accept the mistakes being made. Yes, we are doing illegal shit. So the first thing to actually being honest and being able to have good communication and honesty, right? And
Well,
so
but
if I admit to my mistakes,
Yeah,
right,
but I
and-
guess like again, going back to the courtroom scenario where it's your job to actually defend that side, not, so take somebody accused of murder, because it's a paralleled accusation, is that if you're the public defender and it's your job to defend that this guy isn't guilty of murder, how would you approach that?
I'd be screwed.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, comparable to something like that, I mean, it's, again, like the Nuremberg trials. How do you defend what they have done?
Yeah.
Again, the first thing, if I was talking like the Jordan Peterson thing, which you're talking like, if we're talking about something like that where it's not like a legal setting, but honest discussion, the first thing is man, I screwed up in relationships so much that one thing I realize is being open and honest is the key to communication. And so you have to be able to admit your mistakes. And I mean, and then the first thing is recognizing that, yes, I made a mistake, and how do we correct that? How do we move forward onto that? And the first thing, it's not, and I can't say, I'm not saying that we forget everything that happened in the past and we just move forward. No, we recognize and we take responsibility for what happened in the past. We make sure we do as best we can to make it right, right? And we don't make it wrong. I'm not saying, okay, well, we're going to kill 10,000 Israelis to make it even. No, what I'm saying is we have to recognize that there were mistakes made. There was people, innocent people killed. They need to take responsibility. They need to take accountability for it. That's what needs to happen. And I'm not talking like in a vigilante way. I'm not talking about lynchings. I'm not talking about that, going killing innocent civilians sporadically. But yeah, absolutely. You have Israelis that are actually being arrested in foreign countries for war crimes, and I 100% agree with that.
So from your perspective, in the public defender scenario, you don't take the case and say, I quit, I'm not doing it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I don't think there'd be any benefit to it.
So from your perspective, Israel has absolutely no justification for what they've done.
I don't see any justification for illegal settlements.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything that I didn't ask you that I should have throughout the entire interview, but especially because we've spent so much time on Israel and Palestine, or that you'd like to mention?
Didn't you want to talk about We Defy?
Yeah, the interview's not over. I just mean as far as up until this point.
Oh, no. I appreciate all the questions that you've given, and I'm really glad. And if you got more, by all means. I like the hypotheticals. I like the questions that kind of make me think. What would be? But to me, it is very black and white. This is not complicated at all. It's literally a nuclear armed power against civilians and a resistance force that's comprised of at this point a few thousand left at that, with machine guns, rockets, homemade rockets and RPGs at best, but that's it. So how do you compare that to an armored division, an entire Air Force, a Navy? And how do you justify, fishermen going out there trying to get fish for a starving, family, and you're going to shoot them in the water for that because you feel threatened by it? How do you feel threatened by a 6-year-old throwing a rock at a tank and justify him spending, 6 months in jail? And I can't tell you how many different human rights organizations have given accounts of children being raped in those places. You know what I mean? And they're not hiding it. They're literally people there was that Palestinian that got raped to death in detention in their prison system. They were actually being brought to court for that. And there was like this massive protest, not because of what they did, but because they were getting arrested for it. So it's not just a leadership thing. It's the entire society I wouldn't say the entire society. I think the overwhelming majority of the society that has the mentality that they deserve to die because of who they are. And that hatred is ingrained in them from a very young age. And Haaretz was doing a poll on this, and they found that something like 82% are okay with, ethnically cleansing, the Gaza Strip. That 52 or 56%, I think it was. I might be wrong on that, but I know it was just a vast majority, much more than should have been, that they should never get a state and they should never, even be existent. They don't have a right to the land. It's just that mentality is ingrained in the society, for that. That's what I think the biggest problem is.
Do you think it's possible that if, again, hypothetically, if you went back to the 1967 Borders Accord, whatever the term is for it, and both sides agreed to leave it at that, and we don't come to your side, you don't come to our side, no rockets go either way? Is it like it's as close to a reset button as you could hit? Do you think that peace would exist in that region if that took place and both sides actually held up to it?
Again, it's if we had, like, I think there would be a necessity for a buffer zone with like UN peacekeepers, like a third party,
Like almost
in there,
demilitarized zone kind of thing. Yeah.
I think that would be necessary.
Like a half-mile fire break almost.
Yeah, and one of the big things I think, Israel needs to be forced. If they're going to have a nuclear, I think that we should entirely shut it down unless they decide to have inspectors and sign the non-proliferation treaty, right? Why shouldn't they? I mean, everyone's starting to, Iran. Well, y'all got one. And they're not even, allowing inspectors in there. So how are they any different than, North Korea? Doesn't make any sense. The thing is that the one thing I can say is, if Iran had nuclear capabilities, do you think they would have attacked them the same way they did? Do you think the U.S. would have bombed them the same way?
I don't think so. I mean, I think the entire reason, at least on the U.S. side, I can't speak for the Israeli side, but I believe that the entire reason that our government did that is to try to prevent them from having that capability for that reason. Is I think that if they had that, they wouldn't do it.
But they did have inspectors out there.
No,
they signed all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They were open about all this to their power plant and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, I have very mixed feelings for sure on our involvement in that regard. No two ways about it. I think again, I didn't make.
Should Israel have like their entire nuclear program without inspections? And
I don't think anybody should.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, including ourselves.
Yeah.
But what was I going to ask? We didn't talk at all about that. The decade plus period between when you got out and kind of where we are now. You mentioned the We Defy. I assume that your struggles and transition period out and ultimately leading to the We Defy nonprofit that I think is awesome. That helps struggling veterans, scholarships to train Jiu-Jitsu and the outlet that it was for you. If you could kind of walk us through that whole process.
Yeah.
Unless there's anything else on what we already talked about you want to bring up. I don't have any other questions that I can think of.
If you come up with any later on, by all means ask. I truly appreciate it. So when I first got out, I had... actually, before I even went back in active duty, like 2001, I wanted to open up a school. So that was something that I wanted to do for a while. I always enjoyed teaching. I think to me, honestly, I'm not a religious person, but I feel that there's no greater purpose than to help someone in need. I think that's just the basis of my mentality, my existence, and and my purpose in life is to help those in need. And to me, the ones that are closest to me are veterans. Again, growing up in the military, and always being around that, I've always had I'd love to help everybody out, but I think the ones that I actually can, I try to, and I think I can make the biggest difference. And so when I first got out, I think it was 2000, a year after, I had a quick phone call with Clint Bruce.
Yeah.
And he came up to McKinney, and we talked for a couple hours. And I don't know what he saw, but he saw something. He saw me going through something that I didn't even recognize myself. And he was very, very direct about it, saying, if you actually feel that you can be open about the things that you're going through, it would make a huge influence on other people because they look up to you and they, to your background, the things that you do, and then make sure that, everyone knows that, hey, it's okay, we can get through this type thing. And I was kind of looking at him like, shit wrong with me, man. Let's talk about
Denial's the first step.
it. Is. And I was truly in denial, but that kind of planted the seed. So when I first got out, I had opened up the school. I had no idea about business. I was literally, you're going to laugh at this, Business for Dummies.
Yeah. Oh, we all got to start somewhere.
But that was literally like the first book that I read about it to try to like understand like my business, because I knew how to teach jiu-jitsu. I just didn't know anything about the business side. And man, I was actually living in the gym in the office on the couch for 18 months.
Oh, wow.
Because it was either get an apartment, risk, if I don't break even within like a few months, I'll go under. Won't even have a chance to start. But I felt I could save money by staying, in the gym, and I lived in the gym, and it was rough, man, because my anxiety for some reason, having like TBI and all the signs and symptoms for like CTE, man, I struggled with that. And I think one of the other things was, I had access to meds. That was really easy. I went through
all kinds of different.
Percocet, basically. So I'd wake up at 4 a.m, and I'd jump on the computer and try to do like, Google AdWords, and try to do some research on that, try to see what's best for that, or try to improve, and build the website. Do whatever research I could, and it was like a daily thing. And then my first class I taught at 6, and then I taught another one at 9, and then I taught another one at noon. Then I have a few hours off in the afternoon, and then I teach again at 4, and then at 6, and then at 7, and then at 8.
Wow.
And so
Every day?
every day. I was the only instructor.
Yeah. Even Saturday, Sunday?
Saturday, one class. Yeah.
Like an
and
open
then,
mat or something.
But it was like an open mat, so I didn't officially have to teach. So it was kind of like my day off. And then Sunday I had the entire day off, which wasn't the entire day off. It was me like literally calling around, trying to find a way of, advertising. I was just like, because it was crazy. I didn't get, but there was days I'd just show up on the mat and no one was there, and it was the most depressing thing. It's just like, I remember sitting on the couch that I had with my my hands on my face and just going like, what the fuck did I do? Why did I do this? Why am I just? And then I would be taking Adderall, like 30 milligrams in the morning, and then another 30 milligrams like in the afternoon, and then another 30 milligrams like at 5 or 6. I was taking like 90 milligrams a day. And then to sleep, I was taking, the Percocets, some Ambien, Benadryl, and wash down like 6-pack of beer. And then I'd probably get like 2-3 hours sleep and then start over again.
How long were you doing that for?
Well, it started with like half a Percocet, no Benadryl, and half an Ambien. And then within like 3 years, it was 2 Percocets, 2 Ambien, 3 Benadryl, and 6-pack of beer.
So for several years, you lived by this constant medicating.
Yeah. And there was no plan B. To me, it wasn't a choice. It's going to succeed, bottom line. That's it. And
were you competing while you were doing that?
Yeah.
And doing well? I mean, it seems like that would be...
Not really.
Yeah.
I was doing good in like the smaller ones. And so the strange part is that the only time, because it was a lot of the, I think because I had a rough start, you have those negative thoughts like, I'm not going to succeed, it's not going to work, and then it just magnifies in your head, and it just, it was strange. I had rationalized irrational thoughts. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And the hard part is that it was because it was coming from my brain, like how could it be wrong? It's coming from my own head, so I must be right about this. But I was literally rationalizing irrational thoughts, and before you know it, those rational thoughts were like, entirely negative. I'm going to fail. I'm going to go under, and everyone's going to, be right. You failed on this. I shouldn't have gone out after duty, and and it was just one thing after another, and just, man, it was rough. But that kept going for a few years until like 2014, and in 2014, it was just, I can't remember exactly what happened that day, but I do remember going back home and I could not come out of that dark hole. And it was just, I literally hit rock bottom, and I couldn't figure out, like, every type of thought that I had was immediately shot down, by this negative voice, and my own voice saying, no, that's not going to work, and this is not going to work, and you're just going to fail. Just fucking, before you know it, my mom said, just fucking end it. You know what I mean? And, I had a gun on my lap, and man, it was, like the year before, I found a dog on the side of the road, and ended up adopting it. And that dog, Ranger, came up and started pawing my hand. And man, to this day, like, so I hate telling this story, but it's true. And I kicked the shit out of him, and he went flying the other side of the road, or the side of the room. And I felt instantly like a fucking asshole. You know what I mean? But the thing is that he came right back and just kept putting his paw on, like trying to, like, and I actually owe him my life, because that's what kind of got me. I felt so shitty for doing that to him that it kind of overrode what I was doing, and I just kind of moved on from there. And I realized I had a fucking problem, and it was like shortly after I realized, like, what fuck Brute Clinton was talking about. Man, I was like, something's off. There's fucking something wrong. And this was, and every time I was sleeping, I had these constant nightmares, and it wasn't nightmares. It was literally just the same dream over and over again, something I couldn't change. Like that imminent danger, and there was a figure in red, and I was chasing. You have those dreams so vivid that you can smell, the environment, and it's that musky cement smell that Iraq had, very distinct, right? And I could feel the humidity on my face. I could feel the gritty sand that would blow. I just remember that feeling on my cheeks. And all that was so vivid, and I just remember, like, seeing, how just something's off. You see, like, something that shouldn't be there, and you're like, fuck, something bad's about to happen. Something really bad's about to happen. You have that super high anxiety. And that's what I felt like in my dream. And I chased that woman figure in the red, and because I was like, I got to stop this. This is going to be the problem. So I was like, this is, so you see something like that, distraction, and you're looking like old apartment buildings, some shot's going to come from that side or whatever it is. And I started chasing, up the stairs, and I was firing, and then I get to the top of the stairs, and I'm just like, change, reload, because it fucking didn't go down. And then I realized that I get there, and it's like not like she didn't have a face, but I just couldn't recognize the face, and realized that, I did, shoot her, and, she turns around and just kind of like looks at me like why, you know what I mean? And that was just a repetitive dream that I had, and I just couldn't figure out why. But I'd wake up just soaking the sheets, and just head to toe. I mean, that was continuous until, like, that was one of the things that, my ex-wife was the times that she was actually worried about me was, she would like feel the sheet soaked right next to her, and like she'd try to wake me up, and I'd just kind of like super tense everywhere and like trying to figure out like my surroundings, where I was at. But that was something that just continually happened. Anyway, and the one thing I recognized that, when I was trying to figure all this out, because I still wasn't confident enough to be able to say anything publicly about it. I was just too ashamed. At that time frame, there's still like that stigma attached to it that, if you have PTS, then you're fucking weak. You just need to go work out and fucking knock that out and stop fucking bitching about it. Everyone's depressed. Fuck that. You get sad. Just go lift. And I did. And got to the point where I was cleaning 380 pounds. I had a 275 snatch. I was training, like every time I was teaching, I was also training. And then I'm, lifting, training. Because the only time that I felt like at peace was actually when I was rolling. That was the only break that I had. Other than that, those voices kept coming and bugging me, and that constant negativity was happening. And the only time that I found peace was literally on the mats. I was training, And the more intense it was, the more calm and the longer lasting that peace would last. You know what I mean? It would extend past that. And so Joey comes in his wheelchair, and his daughter Violet. He was talking. First, I gotta call him out on this. He came in because I was called. It wasn't Shebaro Jiu-Jitsu or combat base. It was Tier 1 training facility, and so
he's like, "You aren't Tier 1."
Yeah. So he came to call me out. That's the first thing. So it was first like that vet check. You know what I mean? Like, hey, where you stationed at? How long were you in? That bullshit. And so we come to find out that he actually was at Walter Reed with someone else I knew, like bed to bed, and we're both at Bragg, we're both in Iraq, and then he had lost both his legs and his half his right arm in an IED in 2004. He was an MP, and so we got to talking, and I was like, man, have you ever tried jiu-jitsu? He's like, because when he was full bodied, he was like 6'2".
Wow.
And he was like, yeah, man, I did mainly stand-ups. So he did like, Hapkido and Taekwondo, karate. And he was getting into grappling as well. And so I was like, man, if you'll be patient with me, I'll be patient with you. I've never done this, but do you want to try it? And he told me, he was like, yeah, but... So he tried to do jiu-jitsu before, but basically they were totally fine with taking his money. But then when they had to because he had one amputation above the knee, the other one right below the knee, and then titanium rods and the skin, the muscle flap over it. And then only like 3 functioning fingers. The other one was kind of like stuck like that and could only rotate his wrist so much. And he's like, yeah, but, no one was helping me out, so I kind of gave up on it. And I was like, come by tomorrow, man. Just me and you, we'll just work one-on-one. And so I actually got really excited about it. I was really cool because I've been teaching jiu-jitsu for about, I'd say about 16, 17 years teaching it. Because I actually started teaching as a blue belt. And this is before they had like a bunch of black belts everywhere. So blue belt was actually a pretty big deal at the time. And when we met up the next day, had like 8 pages front and back of that, the little green supply books that we got. Yeah. So I filled them up, fucking front and back, like different techniques we can try. And I had to toss out 6 pages, but I kept 2. Because, his center of balance was off. He could only push off his legs, a certain amount of time because the rods would push into the muscle and he could feel it, so he's like, yeah, I can roll over, but I can't do this. And then I was like, what about your shoulder? Can we, do this? Can we do that? Can we do this? And everything else. And so I eliminated a whole bunch of stuff. And then I was figuring out like his center of balance, like how he's going to push. And I was like, okay, man, cool. I'll see you tomorrow. He's like, what? And I was like, yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, man. And he showed up. So we kept working. And then we started working together, at least twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week for a few months. And I was like, yeah, do you feel comfortable enough to do the group class? He's like, yeah, I was waiting on you. I was like, yeah, let's go, man. So I threw him in there, and I made sure everyone let him know, like, hey, he's a student like all of us. You can tap him, fucking tap him, get him. And he's like looking at me going like, what? I was like, nope, you're like everybody else, man. Go after it.
Well, no toe holds or heel.
Yeah.
Right?
So, and man, that changed everything, man. He was driven, he was motivated. He lost like fucking 32 pounds, I think, in 6 months. He was all about like trying to learn. He got the rest of the other leg amputated to make it even for Jiu-Jitsu.
Wow.
I mean, he cut off part of his body for the sport. I mean, how much dedication can you actually, how more dedication can you show than that, right?
That's incredible, man.
And then he's like, man, I want to compete. And I was like, let's compete. And then I was literally in my mind, I was thinking, man, I don't want you to do like the para jiu-jitsu, you know what I mean? I didn't vocalize any of this. And he's like, man, I want to do the IBJJF though. And I was like, go on, tell me more. He's like, well, if I get attacked or someone attacks my family, they're not going to be in a wheelchair. They're not going to be an amputee. They're probably going to be like a able-bodied person. So I want to learn how to defend myself and defend my family that way. So I think the most realistic scenario I can come up with. And I was like, let's do it. And so I think it was like 9 months after he started. He went in as a white belt, Houston Open, IBJJF, Houston Open. And I'd been coaching a lot since then. This is 2015, the beginning of 2015. And, it was Houston Open, so it was, spring of 2015. And I was like, holy shit, dude. And he went in there like fucking silverback. Like, I got this. And holy shit, dude. He took the guy down. He got like fucking reversal points. He lost on points. He didn't even get submitted. My hands were sweaty. I've been doing this for so long, but I was like so nervous for him. And I was just like, holy shit. So he lost his first match. But holy shit, he didn't get submitted. He scored points. You know what I mean? And I was like, this is fucking amazing. And it was shortly after that, I remember like he shows back up. We're about to start training again. I was like, dude, I didn't even bring up my side. I was so motivated and inspired by him and his story. I was like, in my mind, I'm thinking it would help guys like me, fucking head, because that was the only place that I could find peace, but I didn't say anything. I was too ashamed about it. And he was, it was obvious, you know what I mean? There's no denying about his injuries. And Suraj in the left corner of the mat, I remember having this conversation distinctly. And like, what if we actually came up with something like to get veterans in jiu-jitsu, to show them that there's a path. We can do this path. Because we didn't, the one thing that we both kind of agreed on is that there's organizations out there like that would give, like a house, to the veteran. And I'm just like, fuck, that's amazing. And I need to preface that it's not anything where I'm talking down about any organization that helps veterans, that does it legitimately and for the veteran. I got no problem with them. But the problem that we both saw was someone that is going through that, especially the mental part of it, they want to isolate themselves. And usually they have very easy access to meds, very easy access to alcohol. And if they have a home that's already paid for and everything else, they really don't have any reason to go out. And the isolation is one of the big things that we're always trying to avoid, right? And usually it's a catalyst to self-medication and drinking and so forth. And he agreed, and he was saying, man, and so everything that they do, I have total respect and appreciation for. We wanted to make sure that they were just as involved in it as we were going to put into it. We wanted them to kind of work for it, you know what I mean? And so we came up with that, and we're like, what if we came up with like a scholarship program where we would pay for them for like a year, they get hooked. We know it would work. You know what I mean? We're just very confident on that. Let's fucking do it, you know? So again, without fucking planning, without even doing research on it, we like, hey, we need to start doing this. So the first thing we did was establish it. And you know, we got, you know, some people to help us out with it, and we had you know, Christian Langer, and he was, you know, one of the co-founders, and then my buddy Brian Marvin.
Oh, I know Brian.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Love that guy, dude. Fucking love him. Man, he
Did you know Seth Farwell? Did you ever roll with him? Monkey?
Who?
Seth Farwell?
oh,
He was one of Brian's students. He died a few years ago from a neck surgery or complications from a neck surgery.
shit.
He was one of my really close friends, team guy I went through training with, but he trained under Brian for 5 or 6 years probably. And then
oh shit, yes I do.
Yeah, and then started
Yes.
this
Yes,
school
yeah.
up in Idaho.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
I do remember what you're talking about now. Brian, we haven't listed on there. I keep telling him that, you know, because he was a president of We Defy, and I was like, man, he needs to put it on there as a co-founder, because he was there from the beginning, and him and I were actually doing seminars together every fucking weekend. You know, if we could get $200, $500 here somewhere, that worked. Because again, I didn't know what we were doing, man. I just knew that if we could get veterans on the mat, you know, we could give them a way. You know, maybe not the way, but it's a way, and it's a way that works, right? And we know that it works. And dude, fucking, I was like, fuck yeah, dude, we're in it. And so we started doing these seminars and raising money, and fucking hell, man, it was overwhelming. We had like a 500 person waiting list, but we couldn't get funds. And that was the thing about it, is like, I know one side of it, I just don't know the other side. I don't know anything. So we started meeting with different charities that we could meet, any and all. Hey, we need some advice. You know, like, what can we do? What can we do this? And so I was the VP, like pseudo event coordinator and director of operations, and still struggling with the school, trying to build it up. But I was like, this is definitely worth it. And then we started having more volunteers and more people helping out. And then we had, it was like 45 years in. And I had a patent on gun sights that I got 2 patents on. And so I was trying to release that. And I'd gotten married like a couple years after we were having some little bit of issues then, and they were started building up. So with the school, the foundation, the other side business I was starting, plus the home life, everything was collapsing down on me. And I was fortunate enough to actually find Travis Larson and TJ Kortzik that I was able to pass on my position to TJ. And I think it was literally the best decision I ever made. I mean, and I honestly, I broke down, and I was like, I hate doing this. I feel like I'm, you know, I'm not giving up on anything. I know that you could do a better job than I can. You know, it's one of those things is recognizing, you know, when a good part of a leader is to know who to bring in to do the right job. Right, and I knew that I was limited in where I could, not just in time, but money. Not just money, but time and experience. I was lacking it, and both of those guys took it and took the reins, and man, they did such a phenomenal job. And so for me, I was able to kind of go a different route, and. So I went to England, and I was met up with some Royal Marine Commandos. They're out there.
Reorg guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you meet Tom Hardy?
No.
You kind of look like him a little bit. Tom Hardy and Shia LaBeouf, if they had a love child.
Oh man, I don't know if you're fucking with me or what, but I don't know. All right. But I went there, and this was like in 2017, and I brought him like the blueprint of WeDefy. And I was like telling him, like, this is how we started, this is the ins and outs, but the one thing I had limited knowledge on was how nonprofits are run in England. I don't know the laws or anything. I was like, but this is what we did. And so he had like the blueprint and the base model. He made it work for them. And dude, within like a few years, I was motivated by it. You know what I mean? I was truly inspired by the dedication and the hard work that he put through. And he's still rocking it. You know what I mean? It was awesome. And so that just started to just blow up, and it was just so amazing to watch. And it's still like, I still see him like, he's still involved, just as passionate as he was in day one, which is just, it truly is remarkable. And him and Mark Omrod, and they're able, and that's how Tom Hardy actually got into jiu-jitsu, because of Sam, you know, in reorg. And it's kind of crazy, but that was about 2 years later. I get a call from Scott Steer, and he's like, "Hey, I'm in Australia. I was with the with the Army down here, the Royal Army, and I want to try to start something." I was like, "Yep, let's do it, man. Let's do it." So, you know, it was in England, and then Australia, and then 2 years ago we started Canada. So, and he's still working on it, trying to because he's doing it a little bit different. He's doing it for like firefighters, law enforcement, and military veterans. So like kind of like a first responders program. But I was able to actually like export it to different countries, you know.
That's
and
awesome, man.
I mean, you can see for yourself, Reorg's doing fucking amazing.
Yeah.
And then I'm actually going to Australia next year sometime. He asked me to be like an advisor to their board. So I'm gonna try to get something going with them to try to, you know, ramp it up some, you know, whatever I can do to help. He's doing a phenomenal job out there. So I don't know what else I'm gonna do to help, but whatever I can do. So yeah, that's pretty much the role that I've been having. More kind of a you know, international kind of rep in a sense, you know, and whatever, you know, connections I can bring in. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And anytime I'm there, try to help out however I can. So
Yeah. Yeah, what a great organization. I mean, I know for me personally, it's been life-changing for me too. I started way later than I wish I would have. I guess almost everybody says that, no matter when they started. I mean, I didn't start till 40, you know, and I'm 47 now. But you know, the difference in all the same ways that you're talking about have been so obvious for me personally. Like just so far above and beyond the physical aspect, or you know, the getting in shape, or even self-defense. I mean, you know, the more obvious things that most people who have never trained would assume that you get beneficially from it. There's so much more to it than that, you know, and I've seen so many guys do it. Again, I wish I had started earlier, but I'm sure thankful that I did start, because it's been life-changing, you know.
So when I started in 1996, trying to convince somebody to do jiu-jitsu, even like my best friend from childhood since 12 years old, I tried to get him to start in 96, and he is like, "You want to do what? Why are we going on the ground? You want to do what? No. And then trying to like literally talk to people about it. Like, so we're gonna wrestle around the ground, and I'm gonna try to take your back, and I'm trying to get you an armbar and hyperextend it, you know, to the point where you're just in so much pain that you have to just tap. And if you're in pain, just tap. Okay, you're ready to go. And you're like, fuck this, dude, fuck off. So I always find it curious, what gravitated you to doing it then?
It's a couple things. I mean, one, just seeing, you know, because this was 7 years ago now, which, you know, it was less popular then than it is now, but it was still far more popular then than, you know, 1996. seeing a lot of other guys train and them talk about it was a big part of it. Embarrassingly enough, I shared this, I don't know if it was an interview on Andy Stump's show or not, but it was like he was at the airport. This is, 8 years ago probably. And somebody asked him, who do you think would win in a fight, Joe Rogan or Mike? And he was like, dude, Joe Rogan would mop the fucking floor with Mike. He's a black belt, blah, blah, blah. And while I couldn't argue with it, I was still like, what the fuck? I was like, dude. But I was like, he's not wrong, and that's, of course, not the only catalyst. I mean, it was a combination of several things. I had 2 younger daughters at the time, and just from a kind of wanting to be as competent and capable of a family protector as I could for them was part of it. I put them in it actually before I put myself in it. Watching them do it similarly, I was like, man, this is pretty good stuff. And then I think lastly, just seeing how effective it was in MMA fighting, which I think is the closest thing to a proof of concept event that you can put on a fighting style to see how effective it is. Obviously, it's done this, I think, in MMA since '96. At first it was the gold standard, and then it's kind of ebbed and flowed. But I think for me that was a good starting point. I tend to subscribe more towards the catch wrestling, grappling, aspect of it. I mean, seeing the Dagestanis be so dominant in MMA using such simple by jiu-jitsu or competition jiu-jitsu standards moves, but also seeing a lot of just kind of mean catch wrestling, judo type amalgamation of technique be so successful in MMA year after year after year. All those things combined is why I started. I did get injured pretty bad early on. I mean, I'd only been training for 6 months maybe, and tore my left tricep with an avulsion fracture, so pulled some of the bone off. It was a full tear, and
Damn.
that took about a little over a year to get back to where I could train again. So it was a big, so I haven't been training for 7 years straight. It's like 5.5, I guess. But yeah, just it was a mix of everything, and. But the biggest surprise for me was just the mental clarity aspect from a temper, interaction with people, a certain level. I mean, not that I wasn't confident walking around before, but it's just this weird mix of being so much calmer day to day outside of being on the mat than I ever have been in my life, and by such a noticeable margin, even my kids recognize it, and I think a little bit they're like, why didn't you do that when we were 5, you prick, but yeah, so I mean, and to me, I can't imagine not training, it's something that it's very addictive, and it's part of my personality at this point, but where can people find out more about We Defy and support it? WeDefyFoundation.org. They're on Instagram, Facebook, but if they're looking in for a scholarship, information on scholarships, or to become an affiliate, because that's one of the things that we had to make sure early on was we have affiliates that we actually vet out, because the last thing we wanted was to vet some guy that has a prior record of doing things, which we ran into a couple of times, and we just said, hey, best of luck to what you're doing. We're not gonna be involved with it. And it's once we actually have we have them vetted out and they're good to go. They realize what they're signing up for as well, and they realize they take accept the responsibility, and become the part of the program. Then we literally will feed people into there if they're to try it out at least. But the one thing we always try to push is you have to go where you feel comfortable. If you don't, then there's no point in you even doing this, because you're not going to last. Yeah. Right? And we want people to do it long term.
and the incredible success that we've had, especially since implementing a mentor program, where we have somebody kind of checking on them, like, hey, you know it's kind of odd at first, you know, you're not knowing what you're doing, you feel kind of like goofy on the ground, and don't worry, everyone goes to that phase, and just kind of like just more like reinforcement, you know, like, hey, you're doing good, you know, let's keep it up. And by the time they make it to like month, you know, 5th or 6th month, we got them hooked. You know, we know where they're going to stay on it. And one of the best parts is that we have about 2,000 affiliates now.
Wow.
Japan, all the territories, Alaska, and Continental, all 50 states. 500 volunteers that are helping nationwide. To this day, we had our 10th anniversary gala 2 nights ago. Went absolutely phenomenal. We actually have somebody doing actual scientific data to actually show the correlation between Jiu-Jitsu and well, I think what they're going to be showing is, right now the only thing we have is anecdotal evidence. They're showing like we have so many people that go through it, and this is helping. But if we actually can get some data, some actual scientific data, to back up our claims on this, you know, that'll take us entirely to the next level, and something that's absolutely needed. So we actually have the funding for that now. That's like a next step.
Oh wow.
And I got to talk to the people that would be doing this, and holy shit, I was just like blown away. Clint was actually the guest speaker that we had.
Oh, that's cool.
Phenomenal job. Then we had Damon Soft Missions out of Tampa.
Oh, okay.
Great guy. Yeah, he has his own nonprofit that he's actually that they're using the funding for medical procedures for veterans. I don't want to get too much because I didn't fully read I can't remember fully the mission statement, so I don't want to say it, but I know that it has to do with providing medical procedures for veterans that are in need. Someone who went through very similar route that I did, very similar, it was kind of eerie, but now is doing amazing things for the veteran community, and I hope that it continues, and definitely want to see that grow. But we've brought in some phenomenal people in all different walks of life that somehow, in some way, contribute to make it better.
Yeah.
I couldn't be any happier, with the way that things have progressed, and I think the hardships and the groundwork that we had to take, the painstaking growth factor, especially the first 4 or 5 years, was definitely worth it. I think that kind of laid the groundwork for where we are now. So no regrets on it whatsoever, and I couldn't be happier with the way things have been going, and as many athletes we've put to, I think over 2,000. I think it was 2,200 athletes.
Yeah, that's incredible.
2,100 athletes. I don't want to get the wrong number, but over 2,000 for sure athletes to the program. And so one of the big things too about the program is that we know it's a way, not the way. So we consider it success if someone says, you know what, I'm not really into jiu-jitsu. I did 1 year of it. It's great, but I found this rock climbing, or I found this, whatever it might be, horse riding or something like that, equine therapy that I feel gravitate more toward. Fucking win. You know what I mean? Because they're doing something, versus they weren't doing anything before. So, and I couldn't be happier with that, man. Yeah. Honestly, it's just been phenomenal.
Yeah. Well, I can't thank you enough for both all that you've done on behalf of the United States, especially with We Defy and helping thousands of veterans, and taking the time to come here and sit down and tell us all about it. It's a fascinating story and perspective and life that you've lived and continue to lead. I do have some swag.
Oh, shit.
I know
Thank
you
you.
mentioned Marcus Aurelius. There's a couple of quotes on the coin there that you probably appreciate. And then the box opens from the bottom in the front. But
The bottom front?
yeah, like if you just lift that lip up.
Oh, okay.
Since you got some shit kickers on and you've spent a fair bit of time in Texas.
Oh, sweetness.
Nice.
That's awesome, dude.
So,
That is badass.
yeah.
That's nice, dude.
Yeah. Thank you very much for everything.
Oh,
man.
my pleasure,
Appreciate
man.
you coming. Great chatting with you.
Thank you.
Anything you want to mention before we close it out?
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate the. I know you're going to catch a lot of shit for this. This whole show. I promise you that.
I catch a lot of shit for almost every show.
Okay.
So.
I'm just letting you know, man. But
I know it.
honestly, I just like the attempt that I had, with Ron trying to, at least the communication part, and trying to see the other perspective. I think that's what's lacking nowadays is everyone is so divisive to the point where they don't even want to listen to the other side.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the biggest problems is that I know if I can sit down and talk with someone, then I can at least understand their side, then it's a win.
Yeah.
And I feel like if they can try to understand mine, it is as well. I just think that's more needed, and I think you're setting the example for that. So thank you for that.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Appreciate it, for real.
Yeah, my pleasure. Absolutely. I mean, that's always my goal is to have conversations with people, and everybody has bias and subjectivity,
Sure.
I do my best not to inject it. I don't always accomplish that, but that's always my goal is to be able to sit down and try to have as balanced of a combo with everybody as I can. So thank you again. I know it's a tough subject and does get heated with a lot of people, and no doubt we'll both be catching all kinds of shit for it. So that's part of the gig. So thank you again. I appreciate it.
That's what we do.
Yeah. To the listener/viewer, I hope you enjoyed it. We got a little over 5 hours for you, so buckle in. And if you didn't enjoy it, you can choke yourself. And until next time, this is Mic Drop.